Alright, so this is the commentated all mood tutorial. No, that didn't happen. That was just practice. I'm dirt. The thing is, like, I think I'm gonna be missing a lot of things today just because of the way that I'm doing this. I usually just go from one thing to the next without thinking about it, but here I'm gonna be stopping to talk about things, and like that, I was trying to move along the wall while talking about it, and I just kind of shifted out of position. So that's gonna happen a lot today. I'm not gonna pretend to be perfect. But the goal is just to kind of show off the strats and show off the easy strats and kind of just make a broad range tutorial that anyone can learn something from. And this is for the main route. I'm going to be doing the beginner route sometime in a couple months probably. I feel like I'm probably going to do a couple runs in the beginner route first, just so I can get an idea for how the movement works again. Because I've used all those routes before, but it's been a while. So I just want to be more comfortable with it before showing it off. Anyway, this will be the main route. I'm not going to assume that anyone knows almost anything about the game. You should know the basic movement options and kind of what the captures do and everything. I feel like that's a fair assumption. I would also recommend watching a movement guide if anything is confusing as far as movement. Just know that rolling is fast. My brilliant plan for the summer was to get a 7.3x and then just do the beginner route until I got like a 7.4x and then do this with the beginner route as well. But my plans have been a little bit delayed because I've not been playing well. Yeah, smallest movement guide or Tom Shees, they're both good. And beating the game casually is, yeah. If you haven't beaten the game casually, this is not the run for you. At rocks. It's generally a good idea just to get all the moves casually as well. You could use the route PowerPoint. Also, ignore my frog vectors. I'm not going to talk about Cap or Cascade almost at all just because I'm not good at them. So here, make sure you get the checkpoint. I didn't mention this in my preparation practice. If you miss the checkpoint, you lose about a minute later on. So remember to get it. And then you could do left side, but it's probably better just to do right side. Because it doesn't save that much time, and this way you get the coins as well. Yeah, I'm not going to be talking about like super technical stuff in these short splits because, as you can see, I take damage to topper sometimes. Yeah, there are much better tutorials if you want to see like super in-depth 80% stuff like this. So I'm not going to worry about showing it perfectly because I can't do it perfectly. Okay, so coming up here, we're going to see a temporary checkpoint, and this is one of 3 temporary checkpoints in the game. There's one here and 2 in Night Metro. We don't need to get all of them for all moves or 100% actually, but you do need 80 out of 85 checkpoints total for an achievement. So you want to be sure to get this one as your roll pass. The route currently has 81 checkpoints in it, so you can miss one, but it's much better if you don't miss one at all, just in case. Because you never know. This is such a long run, and you have well over 1,500 collectibles in this run. Between 880 moons, 725 purples, 81 checkpoints. It's very easy to miss something, so you want to make sure you don't miss things where you can help it. No, we don't get the second temporary checkpoint in Metro. It's the one like right below a heliport, and it's just kind of out of the way. You basically have to drop down to get it. I can talk about that more when we get there. Okay, so this is Dino Skip. This is my first time showing this off today. Basically, you want to run against the wall until you're gonna have the dino's left foot on the trampoline. Kind of like this, but a little bit more forward. And the left foot on the trampoline allows you to step forward and essentially get launched into the air. And then you can use this height to get to the mid and brood fight. Usually you have more momentum, and so you don't have to do the rainbow spin that I just did, but it's fine. And again, there are good tutorials out there. Dangerous has a good one. Tom Shee and Smallin also have some, I'm sure. So I'm not going to talk about that in detail. I imagine most people know how to do Dino Skip. That saves a lot of time. It's a very easy trick as well. Also, you notice I got a lot of coins in the fight. I didn't get all of them like I usually do. It saves a minute 30. I don't think it's that much. But it's a lot. But yeah, so I got a lot of coins in the fight. Or I tried to get more than I did. And we're going to need about 10,000 coins in the run. I think the number is 10,300. So basically collecting coins where they're convenient is going to be a big part of this as well. It's not something you need to focus on, and there's no coin grind in all moons, but just not skipping easy coins is a good thing to remember. Also, I know this sounds like a lot. It definitely becomes second nature as you're running more. Alright, so this is the first sub-area of the run. Here I'm going to turn my camera down. You can also turn it up, but that basically allows you to roll through these burbos without getting damaged. Because basically if something's not on camera in this game, it doesn't exist. And so if you're leaving it off camera until right when you're landing there, then you can just roll straight through and not have to worry about it. I could talk about coin duping. Basically, this rock that I'm right next to, if you hit it at the right place with the dino, you can get 48 coins instead of 8. This is kind of a bad setup. So let me drop down and get this moon first. Also, shaking with the dino definitely helps in this sub-area. That kind of just gives it a bigger range of hitting things in front of it. Okay, so if you want to set up for the coin dupe, basically line up so that the right foot is a little bit to the right of this block, of the corner like that. And then you want to basically just walk straight into it diagonally. Like that. Good, I'm glad I actually got that. It takes some practice, and there's also some tutorials. Fur is a good one, and Stravos is a good one. I believe that they're pinned in the All Moons channel in the Discord. Oh, it took too long. It's fine. That's more of a 100% thing, though. You don't really have to go for that in All Moons. It's just 40 extra coins. It's pretty easy to get. There we go, that's Cascade. Yeah, so I'll probably be breezing over a lot of the easier movement. It still is important, but I can't talk about everything in depth today, because I don't have that much time. I'm already expecting this to take a long time, but I will do my best. If there's anything especially complicated or interesting, I'll make sure to mention it. Okay, so Sand is one of the kingdoms that's very different in the beginner route. So if someone here is using the beginner route, then just be aware of that. A lot of the movement will be the same, but a lot of it will be different as well. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so make sure you get the checkpoint here. I know a lot of people run 80% and they go straight to the DSTAC. So it is an easy one to forget. Nothing special here. So coming up, we do have the platform clip, and that actually is optional. You don't have to do that. I probably should show the route comparison if I can. Okay, maybe I'll show the platform clip route first, and then I'll come back and show the other one. Also, this is Sandrim. This is not Sandrim. Let me just warp and show this all right. Oh wait, you have... Okay. It would have been Sandrim if I'd done it properly. Basically, you throw a Cappy out and you hold it in the air as you get this moon, and then you home in on the bullet. I just missed it. Yeah, I'm not gonna give a tutorial about this either. It doesn't save that much time. Anyway, so once you get back up here, usually you'd home in on the bullet and you'd be right here. Right around here when you warp. But, yeah, I just missed it. Anyway, so now we're going to do the platform clip. The platform here is coming, and basically right as it comes near me, I'm going to pop off of the wall, I'm going to cap throw, and that's going to clip me into the platform. Okay, so I'm kind of inside the platform and I'm wall sliding, and that's going to shut me out. I think Tyrone has a tutorial about this. Basically, if you end up on top of the platform, you cap through too fast and you kept too much height. If you get clipped below, that means your timing is wrong and chances are you were too early, but you might also have been too late. It just kind of depends. But if you do it like this, then it's right. And then you see I clipped in. It's also very easy to capture the bullets, so just be careful about that. But anyway, so now I'm out of bounds. This is all sand. Wait, let me get back here. This is all sand. Right here. Right past this line is nothingness. Oh, I guess there's a wall there. Cool. Yes, so that's what that is. Basically, no, I should show that. Yeah, so make sure you stay on that side, is the moral of that story. This clip is pretty easy. It doesn't really save time unless you get it first try, but it's not that hard, so could be worth learning. Anyway, here make sure you grab the moon out of bounds, because otherwise you have to go around to get the Sphinx, and it loses the time that this route saves. Just basically as long as you're close enough to the wall when you grab the moon, then you're fine. And the moon will stop your momentum. You just have to be careful not to go too far. And then if you go right behind the Sphinx, then you get into the loading zone. Then we do Sphinx. These questions never change order, and so as long as you remember the number order, then you're fine. The language won't make any difference. So this one's 12144. Okay, and then we roll to IP. I'm actually going to pause here, and I'm going to go back and show the other route, just for clarity. If you want to do the platform clip, then just disregard this, and if you don't want to do the platform clip, disregard that route, and just start from here. I don't want to make this too confusing, but I just want to show off these two different routes because I think they might be useful. So do Sandrum again, but this time... Oh, I guess I did. Thank you, Libro. I typed it all out early, which was my problem. I just assumed that I sent it. Okay. Anyway, so you do Sandrum here, and then instead of coming out of the bullet and doing the platform clip here, just go straight to the IP. And then basically what's going to happen is later on, instead of doing the Sphinx and then the Hidden Sands Moon, now we do it later. I'll show that part when we get there. Okay. I hope this isn't too confusing. This is the only route divergence I think I'm going to show. So I'll try to keep that limited. Now we've come to the first roll cancel clip. I know this is a lot, but it does calm down after a little while. It's just, in the beginning of the run, you don't have anything unlocked, and so you have to clip out of bounds and things to make things a little bit more efficient. So basically here, what we're going to do is instant roll cancel. Yo, Mulan, thank you for the sub. I guess this is a gift sub. Thank you, Oro, for Mulan sub. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so there's some good tutorials online. I believe Stravos might have one. Lucid has a backflip one. I don't know. There's some different ones. But basically what you're going to do is just roll cancel instantly, which is ground pound. Right as you hit the ground, holding Z, you want to press X or Y. And then immediately you press the other cap throw button and then a jump button. And basically what you're doing is buffering a cap throw and then rolling, but coming out of it rolled right away. So it'll look like this if you do it right. Dutch soft ban. At least you can read it. I just kind of assumed. Oh yeah, so line up like on the side of the nose here, and then you want to ground pound right at that height. And then right where Mario's cap is in line with the nose. And then you can roll cancel right as you land, pretty much. So that was too high. If you bonk, that means it was too slow. And if you... So that means you're too slow in roll canceling like that. And if you jump like that, that means you didn't do the roll cancel right. So just be aware of that. Yeah, I kind of assumed Libro. But good to know. Maybe I'll remember how to say thank you in Dutch. Or at least how to write it. I feel like that's actually a useful expression instead of the ones that I know. I'm taking notes. Free the sheep, let's go. I'll remember that for a mushroom. Thank you for redeeming bot testing. Alright, sounds good, bro. Have fun wherever you're going. It should be in the tutorial, this is true. this is just kind of following a route. Oh, doubling up. Let's go. Alright. Unfortunately, there aren't any limits, and so double for the sheep doesn't quite count for as much as it used to. But it's still, if I don't mention it, I think we might be good. Oh yeah, I should mention capture farming. So you saw me throwing my cap against the wall there. Cappy has an achievement, or Toda has an achievement where if you throw a Cappy 5,000 times, then you get a moon. So basically, anytime we have downtime where we're just waiting for something, we're gonna capture extra. And there still is a capture farm that most people have to do. If you're just starting out, or if you're pretty experienced and know what you're doing, then you might be able to skip capture farm, but for a lot of people you're gonna have to do it. So just basically just fit in captures wherever you can, conveniently. Don't go to too much effort, but you know. Okay, so here we pay Jaxi because Jaxi is in a convenient spot here. He's in a different place if you get him, if you find him earlier on. Which is why we don't pay him the first time, because he's often Jaxi ruins. But we're gonna need him later, so we pay him now. And then he'll pop up at the closest Jaxi checkpoint. There are maybe 6 of them around the kingdom. So that'll help. Also, you saw me do the spin throw slots. It doesn't really matter how you get slots. But basically, if you want to do that, you just have to spin throw quickly. Sand is the easiest of them. Metro is harder, and Lunchen's almost impossible. But people still do it 90%. Okay, and here's the end of the route confusion. So in the platform clip route, we just spin run from here down there, and we just go straight in. If you're doing the non-platform clip route, you go to Sphinx, and then you go to Hidden Sands here. I can just show the movement, I guess. Just in case. So you do Sphinx, and then you do Hidden Sands. Like this. And then you pop out of Hidden Sands and just go straight in. Assuming you're doing platform clip, then you just go straight from High Tower. I hope that's not confusing, but I'm not going to talk about diverging routes anymore. Okay, so here, the reason I'm stopping at this platform is because I'm getting these coins. These are not necessary. Some people skip them. But basically, as you run more, you'll get a good feel for your coin count. And then you'll know how many stacks to grab and which ones you can skip and all that. So for me personally, I usually end up needing that one, and so I just grab it. I'll try to show all the stacks today, just to be safe. Okay, so here's Jaxi just like I was talking about. So the closest checkpoint is here, and so Jaxi just appears here when we pop out here. Sand is kind of a lot. There's a lot going on. Most of the other splits aren't this bad, and the post-game splits are more just about routing than tricks or anything. Okay, here you want to make sure you get all 4 purples if you can. It's kind of a pain sometimes. You can also get them with a spin throw if you're good. I'm not the best at that, so I'm not going to try to show it, but you can do that. You can get them all in one throw, and it's much faster. Probably should be showing these things. I'm kind of just going off of muscle memory. I'm trying to pause and talk about things, but I'm also just doing things with my hands. Alright, time for knuckle attack. Oh, I guess I kind of skipped over the bullet capture. So basically what I did, how do I explain this? So you see how when Cappy, like when I bounce on Cappy, Cappy comes back to me like this. The first time I basically just cap bounce through right next to the bullet, and then Cappy coming back caused me to capture the bullet. Or caused the had to be hit off, and then I captured the bullet the next throw. So you can do something like that. You can also do like a rainbow spin. I'll show you what that means. This is what most people do. Something like this. So basically just throw Cappy, and then right as it comes back you press A to get a rainbow spin, and then you throw it again. And then that captures the bullet. If you're worried about this, it doesn't lose that much time just to stand here and throw Cappy out. But if you're looking for ways to improve, that is a good way. Basically, there's a ton going on in sand. It's probably, it might be the hardest main game split. If it's not this, it's probably Luncheon. Okay, so here basically just lures fists into the ice and then capture them as soon as possible. Capture a farm whenever you can. You can kind of do whatever you want to avoid the fist. Just don't get hit. And then for the fast moon grab here, turn the camera up, backflip, and then cap bounce, and dive. Turning the camera up just lets you see where it is. And again, that's the kind of thing that saves about 1 second. Versus just waiting until you see the moon. But every second matters. Alright, and before we move on, we have to talk to the tourist. The tourist is basically like he basically just goes around the world to a bunch of different kingdoms, and you meet him there and he gives you a moon every time he sees you. I don't think people do this in real life. I think if you saw someone everywhere you go, then you wouldn't be giving them things. But here we are. But make sure you talk to him, because if you don't, then he's not going to appear in the next location. And then you're going to have to come up with some awkward rerouting. Which you can do, but it's just kind of a pain. And he'll be in Metro next, so you'll know if you miss him. Maybe. The reason we go to Wooded first instead of Lake is because of the painting chain. It just works out a little bit better with revisiting, because almost every moon in this game has some kind of condition where it appears. So some of them will just appear automatically, which are the ones that we're getting now for the most part. And then some appear during certain parts of the story, and then some appear after the moon rock or after post game. So a lot of the routing in this game is built around that, and the reason we do wooded first is just kind of an extension of that. Just do this less revisiting. It works out better. Costumes work out better and such. Okay, here you can do nut clip, but it's only useful for gate skip. I'm gonna try for it, but I'm probably gonna miss it. Yeah. If you know what gate skip is, good. If you don't worry about it. I'm realizing how hard it is to explain this to everyone, just in case. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be watching this. I imagine more on the beginner side. Yeah. Anyway, like, the biggest thing about improving at this game is consistency, and just knowing where you're going and how to get there. So if you take good lines, and if you like learn the movement between each moon, and that sort of thing, that's gonna save you so much time. Like, you can use the beginner route and probably get within 2 minutes. Like, you could probably get world record with the beginner route. It would be a lot harder, but you could. This game is just all about movement. Also, you can do FRS here. I just forget. Okay, to get these purples, I like to do a vault, because that allows me to cap bounce, and this is what I mean. I mess things up when I'm thinking about them too much and pause, but I can wall jump off the middle there and then get the purples, and then land in the middle and then just long jump over. It makes it a lot easier. Maybe I'll show that actually, because those purples are kind of a pain. This is what I mean. This might happen a lot today. Just the kind of things that you get every time, and then when you think about them, it doesn't work. Okay. There we go, like that. It looks harder than it is. The vault isn't that bad. Then coming up is another easy checkpoint to forget. So just make sure you get this one while you're here, because we do actually warp to this one later. That's the first half of Wooded. The second half is much more straightforward because there's not much going on. It's really just 2 moons, a boss fight, and a Luigi pixel art. So that's all easy. say this jump can be kind of hard, so if you need to set it up, it's not a bad thing. But basically, a backflip I think is the fastest way. You can also triple jump if you need it. But just know that this wall is a little bit finicky. So if you land up here, you're fine. But if you land on the side here, sometimes you roll off, or sometimes you bonk. It just kind of depends. So just try to be higher up on the wall if you can. Right there, that's the Luigi art. If you ground pound in 20 different places in this game, you get 200 coins for each one. And that's going to allow us to skip coin grinding entirely. So if anyone's on 1.0, you probably don't have those, and then you'll have to coin grind a little bit. Which isn't the worst thing, it's just a little bit of a pain. Alright, and then this is pretty straightforward. You don't need that checkpoint, but since you come from the moon, if you don't touch the left stick at all, you're just gonna get the checkpoint anyway. You can also get it later, because we do pass that one more time. We have to come back down here for the flower moon. Are there any tutorials for all moons? You're watching it. There are a couple. It depends on what you mean, what you're looking for. If you mean like a full run tutorial, that's what this is. More or less. But if you mean like specific tricks or parts, then it just kind of depends. Yeah, of course. Was there something specific you're looking for? Okay. I mean, basically anything in 80% is covered super deeply online through either Tomshi's tutorials or Small Ants or someone else's. Other tricks and skips are sometimes covered, just kind of depending on if they're useful. But generally people haven't made tutorials just specifically for all moons. So that is kind of what I'm trying to do today in a pretty broad stroke sort of way. I feel like a longer timestamp video like this is better than a series. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. Because I guess the series is more approachable, but it's also a bunch of different videos and a lot more content overall. So if you want to watch everything, then it's harder. I don't know. I guess I could pick up the Severia thing again. If I wanted to. I would say on my main Twitter, I have pretty much all the fast ones. Basically any fast Severia strat you can think of, and a lot of fast other strats. That's going to be in my Twitter. Which is Byakko 3. I'm selling out. On my alt, I don't know. It just kind of depends. That's basically where I just dump my clips. So sometimes they're cool ones. Also, that's another checkpoint. We got 2 checkpoints there, and both of those are good to get now. You don't have to get either one now, but it's a lot better. Also, what I'm doing there is I'm basically just hitting Rengo as soon as his hat becomes tangible. As long as he practices the timing, that's not bad. True. But to be fair, I think a lot of people who would be watching this would already be following me. I don't know. It could be interesting. Do I have a Twitter command? I do. Do you prefer anybody's helping me sell out? Okay. So this lake is only different because of lake lip. They're only like 4 moods different than the beginner route. But one of them is fishing. Alright, don't worry. I will kill plenty of sheep. Have fun at your social event. Also, the lake fish, you saw right there, it can sometimes go straight into the wall, and so just be careful with that. As you see here, Lakitu is fishing in the grass, and you can do that, and that's actually a good way to get the lake fish, if it's doing what it was doing. Oh, it's a party, cool, okay. Well, have fun. Alright, this is Lake Clip. There's a couple good tutorials online. I feel like this is a pretty technical trick, and so I don't want to explain it too much here. But basically, you'll see how the camera, I'm over here, and the camera's like this. If I walk along the wall, then I'll get to a place where the camera stops. And then you want to go just a little bit to the side of that. And keep the camera all the way upright. And basically when you see Mario like split down the middle like this, that's a good thing. If he's too far imbalanced, like if you see too much of him on the left side in particular, then he's probably not gonna clip correctly. But basically throw Cappy here, roll into it without holding a directional input, and then you'll just go straight through the wall, and then you can drop out of bounds. So this is much easier than the 80% version because we don't have to get the checkpoint. And this might seem kind of disorienting at first, but it gets better. Because all you have to do is get the purples up there, and then come down and bounce to get the moon. Okay, now the seed triple jump is a little bit tricky for some people. Basically what you want to do is throw the seed as late as possible. Like a lot later than you think. So start your triple jump back here. That was pretty early still, and I managed to make it up. If you're too early, if you go earlier than that, then you're going to hit the wall with the seed, and then you just have to go get it. This just makes it better. Also with this timer challenge, make sure you have a way to get the seed without having it despawn. Because it despawns pretty quickly. I like doing it like this with the triple jump setup, and I just throw it off to where you saw it. And then I get the timer, and then I swim to it. That works really well for me. I would recommend it. But if there's a better way, or an easier way for you, then do that. Just make sure you don't despawn it, because then you have to go all the way back into the waterway. Yes, this will be uploaded to YouTube. Assuming my local recording is fine, which it should be. I did check. I do have enough computer storage. I'm also gonna put the timestamps in the description and maybe the comments as well. I want to make this super accessible for people. Okay, I think of all kingdoms, Cloud is the one I'm least qualified to explain. So I'm just gonna kind of skip over this. If you know how to get the Cloud hint art during this fight, that's a good thing. But you don't need to worry about that. If you want a fast test tutorial, Tom Shi has a good one. That's what this is called. But basically the idea is that you're going straight over the hat, and then when Bowser throws it, then you just grab it instantly. And taking damage makes this one easier, but it's not necessary. Not taking damage there. Alright, Lost as always is a pretty fast kingdom, but it also can be hard. It's pretty easy to die here. So the first thing is called Klepto Skip. Some people call it Mute Tree. Basically just using this tree to get up over there. One way you can do it is by doing a vault like this. You can also do a triple jump. Like this. But the way that I usually do it is just with the cap return jump. It's really not that far. It's just a matter of like how you manage your momentum. Okay, and then we get the button here because we want the checkpoint, because we're going to death warp a little bit later on. And so this is good to have. Because instead of warping to the Odyssey, then we just warp to the top. And it's a much more accessible place. Okay, here you can do this jump. That's a lot less scary than it looks. But if you don't want to do it, if you don't want to do that, that's basically just a backflip cat bounce. If you don't want to do that, then you can just go to the side. Like that. They both work. Okay, here's the second Luigi art. I'll kind of show where that is. Then make sure there you get close enough to Klepto. You see how he's flying off? If he doesn't fly off, then you may not have gotten close enough to trigger him. Because we're going to be going down there later, and if you're down there and you haven't triggered Klepto, then he's going to come get you, and then you have to get Cappy back. and then from here, get this moon, and then you can just die here. This isn't any percent. So now because we got the checkpoint, we're warped all the way to the top. And then we can just get this moon and capture Glidon. And actually, this is the biggest reason the beginner route exists for Lost. It's because this trick called TNT, which stands for Twist and Turn of Treasure, it's a little bit difficult and technical. So if you don't want to have to worry about this, then just do the beginner route here. But basically, I'm going to be getting the key and then capturing Glidon instantly to bring me back. It's a little bit technical, but I'll try to explain it. So basically, I usually do a jump with momentum. Some people will do like a giant wall slide or something like this. It just kind of depends. What's up, Keegan? No, you. Okay, so this is how I usually do it. Now I'm thinking about it. Oh yeah, if you're too far to the left, then you bonk. So that means I was too far left. There we go. Just the way that I usually do it. I'll show one or two other setups. I think this one usually does a little bit like that. Some people do it like that. I feel like that's harder. Some other people do a long jump, like that sort of thing. And then some people don't even do a wall slide. But that's a lot harder. Yeah, I don't know. This is, yeah, it's kind of on the border. It's a little bit of both. I don't think it's a full tutorial because I can't go super in depth, which is why it's more of a commentary, but it's both. I just want to have a good resource out there so that people can reference things. Kind of like flagons for SMG1. That was very helpful for me. So I thought something like that should exist here. Should I put tutorial in the title? I feel like that would be a less interesting title. I don't know. You're considering selling your Switch? Dang. Just don't like Odyssey. That's too bad. Do you play any other games on the Switch? I want to say you can play SMG1 on the Wii. By the way, this is the other checkpoint that's temporary. Make sure you get that one. I don't think I've seen you play any Switch exclusive games besides Odyssey that one time when you did your playthrough. Okay, so down there is the other one. We don't need to get that one because that's pretty far out of the way. Unless you fall down, but even then you don't have to get it. If you do fall down, you can just do this to get back up. Okay, I'm just gonna do the normal move in here. I usually do something else, but it doesn't save me time. So I'll just ignore that. Okay, Okay, that jump is a little bit difficult to learn because the camera changes on you mid-jump. So one thing you can do is you can basically not even touch the left stick while the camera is turning, and you can just do... You can touch the left stick until the camera starts turning, and then do a cap jump with a neutral stick, and then you can make it over. It's a little bit tighter because you're not holding forward the whole time, but it is easier, potentially. That'll just take some practice, and you can always just not do it. You can just go around normally. It probably saves 5 seconds or something. Yeah, I guess if you're not using a switch, you might as well sell it. Pretty expensive. I know there's some people who analyze the patterns for Mecha Wiggler, and there's certain optimal shots and paths you can take. Basically, as long as you hit the first node and then you just keep shooting in the same spot pretty quickly, then you should get them all just like that. Okay, here's another checkpoint that's pretty easy to miss, but it's also right in front of you. But make sure you grab that, because we're going to warp to that quite a bit. Oh wait, I took this the wrong way. Take this over here. And you can grab the purples with the seed through the fence, which is kind of nice. What's up, Ik Ben Quentin? Hope you're doing well. I'm just gonna keep doing it like this. This is not my best path through here. I'm just trying to account for my mistake. Also, there's a strat in the sub area where you can clip Cappy through to get the shards. I can kind of show that. I believe that's faster for some of the shards, but not for all of them. If you're curious, you can look into BTT. What do I play? I just play Odyssey, mostly. There we go. So you see how Cappy's in the piranha's mouth? I feel like those clips are a little bit inconsistent and probably not worth it for runs, but it could be interesting. I'm just not sure which ones are faster. In general, it's probably better just to go through. That's a checkpoint that is easy to get, but it's also easy to forget, so... Yeah, I mean, that's kind of most of them. Paying attention to checkpoints is important. You can spam hard. Can you hear my controller? Sometimes I press the buttons pretty loud. Mashing is mostly just useful for text skipping. Oh, by the way, that's a good point. Well, tangential point. The reason I'm in Chinese is not because I speak Chinese, but because the same messages that the characters are saying get represented in fewer characters, and so there's less text to scroll through. So between good mashing and being in Chinese, you can have some pretty optimal NPC talking. You talk to them for as little time as possible. Mario's a pretty serious introvert. Also, for jump rope, some people say jumping right when you hear the hey from the lady is good. You can also jump right when the rope passes over Mario's head for a visual cue. This will just take practice, though. If you don't want to do this, there's a glitch you can do called the letter glitch. I know Fur has a good video on that. So if you want to lose about a minute but have a super easy time on the jump rope, you just stand on top of a letter, then you can do that. And that would be a post game. I guess I could compile a list of all the tutorials I'm referencing. Maybe that would be helpful. I could put that in the description. Maybe I should be keeping a list of this. That was just in the middle of these white lines. Hitting those Luigi hint arts is pretty important as well. I know it's a lot to think about, but every one of them saves you 200 coins of coin grinding. Spin throw. That's okay. I wanted to show this off anyway. Holding out Cappy like that is the easiest way to do all the slots. Spin throw is faster but harder. That is the first hint art of the run, I think. Hint arts basically spawn a moon in a different kingdom, so you have to look at them. Unfortunately, they don't just appear. You have to look at the hint art first and then they appear. No, I don't stream every day. I stream every weekend. Usually Saturdays, oftentimes Fridays, or sometimes Sundays as well. Pretty much all moons every time I stream, at least for the summer. I've done a 602 as well. That was like my big spring project. But mostly just Odyssey. Okay. get one of those coins? Probably not. Yeah, fortunately Metro is pretty straightforward. I mean, it's a lot of like warping and figuring out like how to get to the musicians, I guess. But I feel like they're generally pretty short segments, and so it's pretty easy to know where to go. Made pretty good time in Metro, actually. In these 2D sections, you'll see me jumping a lot. That's also for jump farm. It's not faster to jump, it's the same speed. But because of jump farm, every jump that I do here means I have to jump one less time in jump farm. And so jumps are good. Basically just fitting as many in 2D as you can is a good thing. As long as you have speed. And also just grabbing as many coins here as possible is a good thing. Coins are never tight in all moons, but sometimes you can skip stacks if you manage your coins well enough. Okay, and there's one more thing before we leave Metro, and that's the tourist. So if you remember from Sand, we talked to the tourist. This is the reason why. The tourist will appear here after peace. Thank you for the follow. Skip the stack and push blocks over it. You can do that. That's like 30, I think. I usually get it because I make the same cycle regardless. Oh wait, I forgot this moon. You can get this now or earlier, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, coin routing is pretty flexible in this game, in this category, especially. So if you're usually down, or if you're usually like above 30 coins at the end, then you can just skip a 30 stack. If you're up 100 coins, you can skip a bigger stack. I'm just gonna try to get as many coins as I can. Just to make things simple. What's up, Squatchy? We made a pretty good time in Metro. Yeah, I hope so, Squatchy. I'm doing the main route, which I know more people wanted on the Twitter poll. But of course, also the beginner route would be helpful. I think I might do another one of these in a couple months, after I have time to do some more beginner route runs. But we'll see. But at least for now, I think this will be a good resource for people. Hope you've been doing well. Nice. The goal there is to try to avoid the spikes, believe it or not. Basically, anytime you take damage, you get the 2-second animation when you get the moon for the health refill. So taking damage is basically like bonking. They're both about 2 seconds. Honestly, this is making pretty good time. I don't think this is going to be 12 hours. I think I underestimated how much talking you can do in 8 hours. That's a good thing. I think if it's shorter, as long as it's complete, then it's better. It's more accessible. So I guess later on there's more sub areas, which is probably a bigger source of the time, the extra time that I'm going to be taking. We'll see. I'm kind of just breezing over this. It's kind of just what you see though. There's nothing really special going on. Yeah, maybe I'll change my title to say 10 hours instead of 12. Because I think I'm only 10 or 15 minutes behind pace now for 8 hours. Anyway, make sure you get the 3 sets of purples here. Seaside purples can be a little bit tricky to back up. Just because they're all so far out of the way. The goal here is to go as fast as you can, mostly by minimizing height, and then obviously don't take damage. Not much to that one, fortunately. The Yoshi version in Dark Side is much harder. But I guess we'll get to that later. Will lose you minutes? It probably does. It probably makes me lose a minute in a run. That'd be like 30 damage throughout the run. I'd probably do that. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, basically like the little things that I'm saying save a second, those add up big time. And of course taking damage and bulking and dying, those are all the exact opposite. Each one doesn't lose you that much time, but if you do each of them 10, 20, 100 times, that adds up a lot. Like recently, I did a death count on someone's first run with a program that I made. And it was like 170, I think. So if you think about that, 10 seconds per death, maybe 20 seconds per death even, times 170, that's a lot of time. And like the amount of bonks and damage is probably even more than that. So yeah, it's nice that you don't have to care about it and you're allowed to die and bonk and take damage. That's why I like this category, because you can make mistakes. But mistakes definitely still add up. In some cases, taking damage doesn't lose you much though, like in this case. Just because you get the multi-moon health refill, and that just fills your health for free. Every other kind of moon in this game does not, but that one does. Also, strangely enough, Koopa free running fills your health up. And maybe some other things as well. Oh wait, no, that might be through the moon actually, never mind. I don't know. I think it's just multi-moons that do it for free. Oh, I should have talked about that. So, basically with this fight, Mollusk goes to set positions, and he stops there. And your goal is to get to his set position as fast as possible and beat him there. And then you can hit him as soon as possible. And if you do that for the one by the hot springs, if you do all of them right up until then he will clip through the island there. No. He'll clip through the island, and then you basically skip him going all the way around the island. So it saves a little bit of time. I think the biggest thing there is just copying movement. I think there and Bound Bowl are like the two places where copying movement is the biggest thing you can do. I'm not usually a big fan of that just because it's kind of hard. Everything is contextual. Maybe you're a little bit off in your position or something. Maybe you just don't like a certain movement or it's too hard or something. But in those two cases, I think it's pretty important to do the movement exactly right. And once you learn what you're doing, then it's pretty lenient. It'll just take some time. Wait, I just golded that? I shouldn't be getting golds today. That is not what this is about. I'm getting golds, I'm doing this wrong. It's supposed to be a spin pound off. So unlike any percent, we just go straight down into Shiveria here. But make sure you get the checkpoint either here or later. If you do Blowy Noe, then you might... No, actually, never mind. You shouldn't need that checkpoint. Unless you're not doing the Typhoon Clip. That's the only reason you would need that one. But the Typhoon Clip is easy. I'll talk about that when we get there. Okay, next up is the Bound Bowl Clip. There are 4 different ways to do this. Well, let me get the moon first. So the first is the moon clip here, which is basically just ground pounding the moon, backflip, cap throw. Okay, I was a little bit late there, so I didn't get my cap throw off, so I missed it. The first backup is upstairs, which is here. Basically, you line up here, and then you roll cancel off to the right. It's probably better if I don't get this, actually. Oh, I got it, okay. And then basically from here, you would long jump and get into the loading zone there. I'm not going to do that, though, because I want to show some other ways to get out. The biggest thing there is the out of bounds. If you can get to that one place that I was at, then it's not that bad. But just learning how to get there can be a little bit tricky. The next one is downstairs. Oh, I've never gotten that in my life. That's an exaggeration, but I almost never get it. I guess that worked, though. That is the easiest out of bounds, because you just hold right. I try to die there. If you don't try to die, I think you just get there. Yeah, so that's the second way. I think that's the hardest, but some people like doing it. I've never gotten it first try ever, so I guess today's just lucky. And then this one's the box clip. So for this one, I think it's the easiest way, but you only get one shot at it. You line up against the wall, and then you basically just ground pound through the boxes and then roll cancel clip. And then you just kind of cat bounce your way over here. I think it's the easiest, but that's just me. Whatever you can do is what you should do, because basically if you do any of these clips, you're saving a couple minutes, because you're saving 4 trips through a sub area. Instead of having to go through all 4 sub areas twice, you just go through them once. So it's way better. Even if it takes you 2 minutes to get the clip, it's still worth it. Here you want 2 purples. I just passed by them. Getting the other 2 is a little bit awkward. Also, that just fits better with the numbers. Easy to get a rainbow spin? Yeah, if that helps you, go for it. I mean, anything you can do to make those clips consistent is what you should do. It doesn't really matter how long you spend on them until you like start getting super consistent with them, because the biggest thing is that you just don't have to do the sub areas twice. That's why you do the clip. I want to restart this because I want to show a good one if I can get one. But if you want to guess, good guesses for me are probably 53 and 54. If I get above that, I might just reset, because I'd like to have some good example KFRs. KFR and sub areas are probably the 2 things that I've worked on the most. So I should show those well. I'm also not the best at these. There are people who can get like under 50. But I don't know. I mean, as long as you win the race, that's the biggest thing. And the second biggest would be just getting a decent time. $53.40. Pretty good. See. Okay, yeah, there's really not that much until the sub area. I guess just make sure you get all 4 of these purples, because sometimes you can not get all of them. You don't want to be missing a purple in snow if you can help it. You don't want to be down purples anywhere, but snow is a little bit more awkward depending on when you realize it. I guess it's fine. It just, as long as you realize in time. Okay, here I came in from the left, and so I'm holding right, and then I ground pound. And that basically gets me the ground pound roll every time. And ideally you'd be at the door by the time you get here. Okay, so the sub area is on cycles. And there are 2 different starts to the cycle, I guess. There's the fast one and the slow one. Can I do the fast one still? No. Okay, so this is the slow cycle. Let me actually just die. I want to show this right. Okay, so if you can get on top of this early, then that basically starts the next cycle early. Whenever you get on top of that first platform is when the cycle starts, from my testing. And so this final platform will be further along in its cycle because I landed on the platform early. Yeah. If you don't make it up early, then that's still fine. It doesn't really matter. You just don't want to miss cycles in this sub area because, as you can see, it's pretty slow. I mean, I guess I could, I don't know. I feel like the triple jump to speed up the getting to the moon is pretty self-explanatory. This is my problem. I'm just going off of muscle memory now. But I guess there's not a whole lot to show, so that's probably fine. I don't want to keep golding splits if I can help it. The whole point of today is to talk more. Oh, I can show this area a couple times. Because there are 2 strats you can do. Okay. Also, here I cat throw farm until I see the shadow popping out in the water for about 4 cat throws. If that makes any sense. I'm going to be doing this again, so I can point it out better. Okay, first I'm going to do the hard way. I don't know if I want to call it that. Okay, I kind of messed this up, but basically just dive a lot. Strat is a lot easier than it looks. So basically the tornadoes give you extra dives, and then you can just use those to go all through the sub area. I'm going to show the way to get more coins now, if I can remember how to do it right. Okay, so about there, like when the beanstalk has grown that much, that's when I stop capture farming. Just for reference. How did this go? I think it was something like this. And then usually you have a cat bounce here. And then you could just go this way. You know, I think they use the flowers more. I'm not the one to show this strat. But something like that gives you a lot more coins. It's close to that. You can modify that how you want. Welcome back. Wow. Okay, so here's the Typhoon clip that I was talking about. There's a different route in the beginner route if you don't want to do this, but it's not that hard. So basically, if you see how the geometry is structured here, you see that the wall is a little bit more in some places and it's a little bit more out. Basically, you want to pick a spot that's pretty far out, like this. There's a little corner. And so the goal is if I shake to blow in and then I turn the direction really quickly, then I'm going to be facing this way right next to the wall. And then if I shake to pull back and then I pause the game, you can see that Mario, who's at the top of this Typhoon, he's completely out of bounds. And so if I uncapture here, then I'm going to clip out. And you can do this anywhere. If I go in a place that's a little bit more in like this, like it's It's a little bit less out of bounds, but it's still possible. You can kind of do it all along here. You just have to be careful. Like, it's a little bit harder if you go towards this area instead of on the corner. And then basically you just cap bounce at the door. Just be sure not to club back into bounds. This is the kind of timing thing that just takes some practice, but it's not bad. And again, if you don't want to do that, then there's a different way to do it in the beginner route. I think you get this right before shards. Alright, and that's snow. How am I on pace? Am I talking enough? 12:20 behind? Okay. Yeah, that's about right. That's good. Next is Luncheon, which is debatably the hardest main game split. I would say Sand might take it, but this could be close. You think Lake 1 is? Lake 1 is basically three things. It's getting to Ringo and fighting Ringo. And then it's fishing in Lake Clip and then the seed. So it depends on how good at those three things you are. I mean, Lake is a lot shorter, but it is more condensed. I guess it is pretty easy to lose time there. Yeah, it can go a couple different ways. Okay, here, make sure you get the checkpoint again. This one we never warped. No, we actually do warp to this in Luncheon 2. So you want to make sure you get it. This one is important. Okay. Okay, to do this next movement fast, basically spin pound and then roll cancel through the checkpoint and capture the lava bubble. I've always really liked this roll cancel for some reason. Just like that. And next we're going to the narrow path Siberia, which I think is only in the spiritless route. I don't know. You've probably seen this done fast. In this case we are getting the purples, but if you can't do the purples fast, then skip them. It's not worth it to go slow to get these purples. I will talk about some backups in Luncheon 2. If you can get the purples like that, you're saving time. Or faster. I don't think I need to show the sub-area again, just because it's basically the same thing, but just shaking through the middle. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I feel like most people hate those, but they are fast. The backup purples are super easy. So if you want to save 1 second, you can get those purples. The ones that I've just got. Maybe 2 seconds. It's not more than that. That's a lot of purple routing in this game. Like, one set usually saves 1 or 2 seconds over the next slowest. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I know people with low 3x's, or at least 3x's, still get those purples. That's the good thing about this game. Like, there's so many routing things that you can do to make things easier on yourself. If you want to. Okay, make sure you get the purples. I just got them with the pans, but that doesn't always happen. They're pretty easy to forget. Oh, hey, there gets the backup? Okay, well, I guess the world record holder doesn't do what I do there. I guess that's a good sign. And then for the start, I just use it, use Cappy to get it. Yeah, that just goes to show you how much time save there is everywhere, and also how much routing flexibility there is. That is the great thing about this game. Okay, so this movement is a little bit tricky. You know, I'm just gonna show this all at once. I'm just gonna die. Basically the idea is to throw the turnip over to the far side and then jump back to get the checkpoint. Or, sorry, the hint art. But it's a little bit hard because you need to have enough momentum to get the turnip over and still have enough height. Oh my. I'm just gonna die again, actually. I'm gonna try a couple more times. I do want to show this off. Also, I'm not sure if that's another language or if this is just a lot of typos. It's probably better to keep chatting English. Okay, so like that. That's how the movement should go. You can also wall jump on this if you need a little bit more height. If you're worried about this, then just take the turnip up here and then throw it over instead. That's another one of those things that saves a couple seconds. The geometry there on that jump is very strange. If you land on certain parts of this platform, you just fall off. If you land on that part, I guess. But if you're any more right of this, then you can just stand on it. Okay, so this is Dutch. Thank you for translating. I'm assuming you're asking Trenton, and I'm also assuming Trenton is not Dutch. I am also not Dutch. I guess I didn't talk about cycles there. I don't know. It's fine. I don't think the cycles are that important there. Basically, if you're fast, you can make the good cycle and not have to wait at all. That's all you need to know. This can be done with a vault or a triple jump. Let me just show that, actually. I guess I'll show it more in Cooper for running. You just saw me do it with a cap return jump. If you want to do a triple jump, you can do something like this. And then if you want to do it with a vault, it's like this. All three of those work. Doesn't really matter. Cap return is the fastest, yes. I'm still kind of torn with how to talk about this sort of thing, because it doesn't matter for a beginner. If you're trying to get a faster time, it matters a little bit. Not that much. I don't know. Like, if someone who wants a 7-3x is watching, do the cap return jump. But, yeah, it doesn't really matter. 1 second in exchange for a bunch of consistency is not a bad trade. Do what you're good at, I guess. But try to get good at fast things. Maybe people in the YouTube comments can tell me their PBs, so I can get a good idea of the demographic, who I'm talking to. I don't know. I mean, I think it mostly would be beginners. Or people with non-sub 8 times. I mean, even under 8 hours doesn't really matter. I could PB with all of the slow strats that I'm talking about today. I can PB on the beginner route, no problem. Also, I guess I just skimmed entirely over Cookatiel. Cookatiel is just hard because of hitboxes. I'll talk about it more with the harder fight. But, yeah, I mean, as long as you can learn how to stop them, it's good. That's how you get fast at the fight. I'm not going to worry about it too much, because it's really a feeling thing. It's not so much something I can explain that easily. Feel overdue for 3x? Yeah. It's kind of funny, especially with this category, like, it's so easy to think that you deserve a better time. And maybe you do, maybe you don't. You probably do. But, like, I think one of the good things is you make so many mistakes in this run and you can still PB. That's why I like running this game. I mean, I kind of feel the same way about my own progress in this game. At least a PB. I haven't PB'd in like a year and a half. It's been too long. Yeah, that's what keeps it fun. The fact that you have so much time save everywhere. Maybe this is the run. I'm only 15 minutes behind. This could still PB. My sub of best is still under my PB. Oh, it actually isn't. I'd have to gold some things. Still doable though. I think it's really funny that I golded Seaside. I'm glad we're in a short because it's pretty boring. There's not a lot of ways you can speed it up. Now we're on to Bowser's. Bowser's is certainly more interesting. The first moon is Goombas, which are pretty easy to roll past if you're used to playing at 8%. But make sure you don't kill any of these Goombas because otherwise you have to wait for them to respawn or you have to warp, and both are kind of a pain. Also, if you want to optimize Goomba moons, make sure that you go closer to the line where the Goomba, like the Goombas. Let me just show this. So, you start over here, you capture the Goombas, and if you go in the middle, or if you capture the Goombas over here, then these Goombas over here are going to come towards you, and then you have a worse line. So instead, if you can go on this Goomba, then these ones over here will come towards you over here, and then you can grab them here, and then you can just take a better line. That saves you like two whole seconds. It's something that not a lot of people do though. Just easy time saves. of the Pokéodrome, I keep speeding past these things. So for the Pokéodrome, just throw Cappy above the Pokeo and then drop down to get the moon. And then shake once you get the moon. That's kind of how all these Drem strats work. Nice death. That one's really easy, but if you miss it, then you can always just capture another Pokeo. Ogre's pretty straightforward. Next we're going to Shards. And Shards is a little bit different because there are a couple things we need to do along the way. Different from any percent, that is. Or from casual play. Still the same routing though. So you get the checkpoint here, and then don't do dive back here. Basically just get the shard and then get these purples underneath. We actually come back here later, so you could eat them later. But it's better just to get these things early, just in case you forget. In general, just getting things early is a good way to go. And then the purples on top can be kind of awkward, so you could replace these if you want. But I don't think they're that hard, but sometimes you also miss one like that. Also, if you're worse with Pokeos, then maybe just skip them. Bowser's does have a lot of purples that are close. That could probably be in the route. There are always more you could get. In total, we get 55 Bowser's purples. I would say there might even be 70 that are fast enough. Or like super close to fast enough. There's a lot of things you could do with them. For that jump, make sure you stay wide. Because if you go too close, then you're going to balk on the roof. Because Mario does gain a little bit of height from diving. Fortunately, this is not Super Mario Sunshine. Then you'll notice I left that moon up top. One thing you can do here is the Drem strat. So you can get this moon and then basically home Cappy in this pylon as you get this other moon. Kind of like that, except for getting the moon. There we go. It's very easy to ledge grab or wall slide there, and that can kind of mess it up. So if you don't want to go for that, then just get the moon below and then get the one on top. There's not really a trick to Harriet besides... I guess the biggest thing is to jump to the side as the bombs are coming at you, and then throwing Cappy straight at Harriet. And you kind of get a feel for it. And then here the goal is just to hit Topper as, like, before he moves, because actually his hat spawns a little bit before the other ones. And so you can hit him a little bit earlier. So if your timing is good, then you don't have to worry about hitting the wrong hat. But it is a pretty small window. Okay, I don't know if I should show the Pokeo clip or not. I guess I'll just show that later. I'll just go along with the route as it's meant to be. That seems like a better idea for today. And that's another checkpoint that's easy to forget. If you're down purples, the wall is a pretty good place. Because there are 13 purples on this wall. Just sitting there. I think at least 3 of them could be in the route, but they're not. So for now, they're just backups. Alright, now we got mech. I think I'm only gonna talk about the strat that I know, which is the normal mech. So to get the first bunny, basically get on this little bubble here, and then I like to do this. I like to jump out and then dive. Some people do a backflip and then cap throw. It doesn't really matter. And then just wall jump and then spin down. And just be careful not to aim for where the platform is currently, but where it's going to be. Basically, like it shifts. I didn't do this right. Basically, it shifts out and then back. Okay, that's not gonna work. Like he kind of wiggles out and then he wiggles back into the same position. So aim for where it was, not for where it is when it spins. If that makes sense. You're supposed to be in the mech at this point. I guess I could die and show it again. I'm gonna do that actually. It's probably better to see it all at once. Sometimes just explaining isn't enough, it's better to see it. So you see how it shifts here? Aim for where it was and not where it is. And then here I aim for this platform and then I do a slow spin pound to make sure I'm high enough for the spin pound on topper. That's how it's supposed to go. And here, right as the mech rocks back, you can hit Harriet. And then I don't like to do target acquired. I'm not going to do it today. But that's basically just a little bit faster than this. I like to just wait and then ground pound there. And not miss. The good thing is I can show how to back this up. It's supposed to be like that. I won't die again, don't worry. Yeah, that was not a great mech to show off, but I think the idea got across. I think Smallin has a good tutorial on this. The only thing I do differently is the last hit. Instead of target acquired, I just do... I wait for the mech to spin around and then I ground pound. And I get that probably 95% of the time. And then here getting the Iron Fence Moon is optional, but I think it's better. The only reason you wouldn't get it is if you want to do the jump farm in Bowser 3, which I'm going to do. In that case, it might be better there, but it also might be better here. Doesn't really matter. As long as if you have enough moons going into Moon 2, then you're fine. This run is very tight on moons, so that could be a worry, and so it's probably better just to get as many as you remember in an early game. Okay, I'm one moon down, but that's the one that I skipped on purpose. So we're good so far. Yes, TJ, we do grab moons in this category. It is true. Hope you're doing well. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make. These look like star bits after all, these purple coins here. Yeah, it could be from Galaxy, except for there's not enough bad gravity. Well, I shouldn't say bad. There's not enough strange gravity. By the way, make sure to get this checkpoint here. I kind of skipped over that, but make sure you get the checkpoint, because you do warp to that. Yeah, if only they made the moon curved, it could have been exactly like Galaxy. And then people would have complained that they copied Galaxy. Yeah. I'm trying to point out all the checkpoints, but if you grab everyone that you see, then you're fine. Because you can only skip 4. Well, the route only skips 4. You can only skip 5 if you want to get the moon. So generally just anytime you see checkpoints, get them. Probably not a bad idea for purples either, if you're worried about them. If you skip inner wall, that's actually, you're skipping 5, so you're getting exactly the right amount. Which is fine. You just can't miss any. Okay, so for these purples here, basically I just long jump and then I cap them through them. And it doesn't really matter what cycle the Wiggler's on. If it's like this, you can insta capture by throwing Cappy over. If it's not here, then you just have to kind of land in the corner or something. There are a bunch of different ways to do it. But make sure that you don't die there, because if you die anywhere before getting to this place right here, this is the checkpoint line. So if you don't get to here, then you get sent all the way back to the start if you die. It was struggle with this set? Yeah, that's probably a good idea to do it like that then. And if you do struggle with that, you can get some other ones. I messed that up. You know what? I want to show that because that's important. I feel like there's this easy enough set somewhere. You just have to get something else in Moon Cave. Okay, so there, I used to do a cap throw, but I think without the cap throw is better because you don't accidentally capture the bullet again. Basically just uncapture and then dive to the side and then recapture after. Oh. And then just be very careful not to bonk because that's a death. Yeah, you could do that, just not shake at all. That wouldn't lose that much time, and then you don't have to worry about having too much speed. Alright, and the reason we grabbed that checkpoint is so we can warp to it now. And here's Moon Cave Skip. Again, there's a good tutorial by Dangers and some other people. Basically, you're gonna ground pound, throw a cap against the wall, and then use it to bounce. And then, you see how there's an L shape here? You want to wall jump like right here, on the L. And as long as the first wall jump works, then you're gonna get the second wall jump. Most people, when they're learning, don't get the second wall jump and they think it's a second wall jump problem, but it's always the first one. You're just basically abusing some strange geometry on that wall. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna link all of those tutorials that I've been mentioning in the description or something. This is the fast way to get this moon. If you want an easier way, you can just do this. And just ledge grab and get up. They're both good. And again, I'm not going to be talking about fast stats because I am probably the worst at fast stats of any top runner. If you count like anything under 8 hours as a top runner. It used to be. I still think of it like that, but I don't think it's really true. I don't think... If I'm 40 minutes behind record, I don't think I'm a top runner. Not anymore. Anyway. Watch someone else for this. I guess they're going well today. So maybe it's fine. And here I'm just capture farming and jump farming as well. Nice. Actually a good fast stats twice in a row? No way. Someone with the 102. I don't think it's that bad. Because I'm still like top 16 or something. But maybe time-wise it is. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll say decent runner or good runner. Yeah, I'm not talking about things that I cannot even begin to explain. But if you know how to do 2DSS / the better named Bouncy Bowser skip, you can do it here. You can actually do it twice in all moons. You can't do it at all in 100%. Fun fact. You need the music from going into the 2D section. That was a really bad camera change. One day you'll get it, good luck, move on. I mean, I've seen a lot of tweets of people getting it, where they just work really hard at it for a couple days. It is doable. It just seems like a huge pain to learn. For the sheep, now it's 3-0. I think we're pretty safe in for the sheep. This is good. This is how it should be. Also, I'm gonna take a break here. You didn't know? I can refund that if you want. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. Time pauses when you go to the menu, and then just make sure you go to the date and time screen. Like this. You don't care? Okay. I can also just count it for wooded. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. The reason you go to the date and time screen is so that the seeds that you've planted don't grow. And although I haven't planted any seeds that wouldn't be grown already by the time I get back, it's just a consistency thing for the leaderboards. I think if I didn't go to the date and time screen there, they might have accepted it, but it's better just to go there. Just to be safe. I guess I could talk about the break system too. So you get 15 minutes every 4 hours, and you get 1 extra break every 4 hours. And then you can use that how you want. You just can't go over. So for instance, I took like a 1 or 2 minute break there. So I have 13 minutes left in my pool, but I have 0 breaks because I'm not 4 hours in. But once I get 4 hours in, then I can take up to 2 breaks and 13 plus 15 minutes. If that makes sense. I think it's pretty well detailed in the Younglings PowerPoint. Yeah, it's basically just a break pool and a number of breaks. And you just can't go over. If you do go over, it just counts as your time in the game. It's not like they'll reject a run or anything. The idea is just to give people a little bit of time off, so you're not like playing this game for 10 hours straight. Unless you want to be. But also just keeping it so that you're still doing the run, like, kind of in one sitting. Because otherwise it kind of takes away the point of the run. Also, of course, the more capture farms you can get in now, the better. Because that means you have to do less later. Good. Okay, next is sheep herding. There are kind of two ways to do the first sheep. I'm just gonna show mine because the other way is pretty easy. That's my coffee maker. I don't know why it's so loud today. Okay, so my way is like, sort of like that. Because this way I can get Captain Toad earlier, and I can also take the sheep in a better line while the dog is digging, but it's harder to do well, and I still haven't timed it to see if it's actually faster. I feel like it could be, though. The other way would just be to take it along with this other sheep. Just take it across this area. Also, the idea behind the dog is the dog will always go to the first spot first, and then he'll go to whatever spot you lead him to. So you want to lead him to the mood spot, which is here. I'm pretty sure in every kingdom, the dog always goes to one specific spot first, and only in Sand, it's the correct spot. This Toad just wants any 2D. Oh no. If this is 8-bit, then it'll satisfy this Toad. 56 is 5 menu clicks, but 8 also works. 8 is just easier to menu to. I know Darker uses 3, but we haven't gone into the Cascade 2D yet, so we don't have that one. Ah, I didn't think that was gonna hit. As you sheep herd more, you get a better sense of what sorts of actions will hit certain sheep and which ones won't. And then you can plan your movement a little bit better. Sheep herding is one of the things that gets better with a ton of practice. It'll just get better over time. The Knuckle Tech fight is not that bad as long as you're careful. And a good way to be careful is capture farming. Sometimes you can take damage, but that's only with the mummies that spawn inside the wall. I don't know if we'll see any today. That's him. Okay, we got one. It went away pretty quickly. Yeah, sometimes the ones in the wall spawn, and then your captors don't hit them in time, so you take damage. So just be aware of those. If you're at 1 health at this point, which you very well could be, stand on the wall, and that makes it a lot easier. I could just do that. So just stand on the wall. You'll never get hit by anything but the mummies that are inside the wall, and even then, I think you just jump on most of them. So the wall is pretty safe. Also, sometimes mummies spawn here, or they stay spawned in. Be very careful with those. Because I've been at 1 health before, and I've seen a mummy right behind me, and I almost died. I don't think they can spawn inside of you, though. Mollusk is easy. This is one fight that everybody should be able to do without dying. The way that I'm going to do it is a little bit riskier, but if you want to, you can just land on the upper part of the handle after this lower part. So if I land on this handle here, then I would have enough height to where Mollusk could never touch me. And then all you have to do is spray from higher than Mollusk. That being said, that's harder to do well. I think it's easier if you're closer down, because then the water takes less time to reach in, and as a result, you can plan your hits a little bit better. Okay. I guess? Okay, no. Oh no. Okay. So sometimes you have enough height, and sometimes you have too much height. That time I had too much height. Usually you can just run straight into him, and that's enough to like stun him for a little bit, and then you can ground pound. That's what I thought was going to happen there. But somehow I did a little bit of extra height. I think I must have landed higher on the fountain than I meant to. This is a good example. Also, maybe I'll get the boss clip this time. If you hit him fast enough in the second pause point, then he stops his spinning a little bit earlier. You save a couple seconds. Okay, that should work. No, it didn't. Okay. Oh well. I think I'm too high this time. I was. Okay. Be more careful than I am being. You know, that time I think I gained the extra height from hitting Mollusk on the second pause point. I don't like making mistakes in this, but I think it's probably good to see. So the first time I was too high up in this lantern, the fountain. Then the second time I got hit up by Mollusk. So just be careful. If you're gonna grab pound. If you're just gonna hit him with the Gushin, then it's fine. If you hit him with the Gushin, then you're never gonna ground pound into the abyss. That, I don't know if that's enough to get the cloak. Yes, it is. Okay. Dude. Okay, only so many mistakes are acceptable here. I could just skip this. Yeah, nice. The one boss fight I advertise is easy. If you're wondering what the problem there was, if you hit him too early, then he doesn't get stunned. There's like an invisibility phase after coming out of his spin. So you have to be very careful. Okay. Okay, so there he was stunned, and then it worked. But you could see him get stunned. He just stopped there. If you see that he stops, then you're fine. I'm used to not having to wait for him to stop. You can capture into this moon, by the way. Yeah, so that was my problem there. I'm kind of surprised that it lost as little as it did. No, I guess it was about a minute and a half for each. Or a little bit less than that. It's fine. Unfortunate that that happened, but mistakes will happen today. Anyway, Koopa for anytime. This one is fortunately very easy. And if I get a 19 on this, then I'm stopping the stream. $13.12, the winning guess. $13.05. The idea here is just to keep Rocket Flower speed the whole time. Also, I guess I didn't mention I'm capture farming. Capture farming is good while you have a Rocket Flower because the fastest movement when you have a Rocket Flower is just to run. And you don't lose any time to capture farming. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let me go back and show what I usually do for these purples. Usually I capture from this side, and then I just get all three. That's the better way to do it. Alright, to stop Kukatila early, it takes a lot of practice, but basically you just kind of have to find the places on Kukatila that work. You just hit him from below, and sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't, but you'll learn how to make that work. It's the kind of thing that practice helps a lot more than me trying to explain it, because I mean, usually if you hit him in the middle, then it's okay. If you hit his foot or something, it might not work as well. Just something to play with. I guess I didn't mention that shaking is the fastest movement with the lava bubble. And hold Y the whole time as well. Basically dashing and boosting the whole time. Alright, this centaur can be kind of hard to know where it is. I look at this little divot in the path. This one here. I know some people also use the tree. So like you can line up the tree with the edge of the sheep pen and then ground pound here. Kind of straight in line with that, and that also works. Wait, where'd the seed go? Did the seed despawn? Yeah. The mushroom hint arts are a little bit harder, just because there aren't as clear visual cues. That's a pretty good one. And also, if you're not sure about rocket flowers, then just take the one and go. You don't need to do the refreshes. If you want to do the refreshes, basically it's just a jump, spin through our ground pound. That's all it is. Here's the other hint art. I usually use this top step as a cue. And if you just kind of go in the middle of this top step here, and then over about 2 Mario lengths. Just right here. Thank you for the follow. Fun fact, this is one of the few moons you can't get in 2-player. Because you can't go into first person. That's actually one of the reasons why 2-player on moons is not a thing. Because if you have to go into 2-player for some moons, and like 1-player for the other ones, it's kind of split already, and then you can just do the whole thing in 1-player and switch to 2-player for one thing, and then it's basically just the same category at that point. But no one cares about leaderboard drama. Hero should be getting 6 moons from Toadette extra beyond the first one. So 7 total. That's the first. third. Yeah, 2-player is faster just because you have the same movement options as 1-player, but you also have access to the 2-player stuff, which allows Cappy to go further away from Mario and for longer, and you also get the 2-player jumps in midair. So it makes a lot of things a lot easier and some things a lot faster, and it opens up a couple new strats that can't be done in 1-player. But at the same time, it also requires you to play with your feet, because you need to hold 2 controllers at the same time. And so most people run in 1-player just because it's a lot easier and it's just kind of the standard. Two-player is a very small community. The way moving fast with Yoshi is by shaking and homing down. Basically licking the ground. I've not tried that IRL, but I don't think it makes you go faster. That's another checkpoint. This is kind of along the way. I feel like you would see that, and you also pass by it a couple times. So you probably wouldn't forget that one. But there's a chance. I'm just kind of pointing out all of the checkpoints. I've been running SMO since 2018. I guess it would have been late 2018. Probably all moons since like February 2019? I don't know. Something like that. A long time. I'm gonna do a kind of dangerous cap throw farming strat here. It's probably better to skip this if you're new to the game, but if you can avoid the lasers, this can get a lot of extra cap throws. You can save a couple seconds. For the second phase, however, the uproots don't spawn correctly the second time, and so you want to capture the first uproot, which is right here. The second one doesn't let you capture it right away, and you usually end up taking damage. But of course you can also just stay in the uproot the whole time, and that works as well. Coming up, we got the Goomba jump. If you don't want to do the Goomba jump, then stacking Goombas now is a good idea. I think you need 7 total, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't done it in forever. But then you'd bring the 7 Goombas, or however many it is, up to here. And then just talk to the Goomba. But if you don't want to do that, if you want to do the jump, then it's just like that. I'm gonna show it again. I feel like that would be good to show again. So the idea is you're jumping onto the slope, and then you're jumping with momentum off the slope. Make sure it's a shake jump. So jump, jump. Okay, well, like that, but like I did the first time. If you jump like anywhere in this area, it'll be fine. Extra match. For Mario, every piece is worth 15 except for the nose, which is worth 10. So for this one, technically you only need 4 pieces. It's much safer to do 5. And some people use an OBS overlay with the correct layout so that you can just look at the OBS layout and, you know, get it correct. Just place everything in the perfect position. But you can also learn how to do it right, otherwise. The scores aren't that demanding. So I just do 5 pieces. Max is 75 points with my pieces. I got a 63, that's enough. You only need 60. Usually you can just place them pretty fast and get a good enough score. The second one's a little bit harder, because you need 80 out of 100. $79. Everything's happening in this mushroom. It's fine. I did say usually it works. I guess it didn't today. Don't worry, Libero, it's coming. That's a really bad eye. This still might work. I think it should work. I really don't want to do this again. Oh my gosh. My eye was terrible. I promise this isn't hard, just like Mollusk. His mustache can be inside his nose. If you just place all the pieces right in the middle, you can actually get a pretty good score just like that. It's a good heuristic. That's a really low eyebrow. I really hope this works. I don't want to do this again. Oh my gosh. You can't even see his left eye. Yeah, someone get him an eye patch. Okay, I'm gonna use snapshot mode here. So you see how this sheep is moving, but that one's still. That one's in its original position, and if you ground pound it from that place, it's gonna get up top on the ledge, up there. That's where we're going. Up that way. So, right as this one is about to approach the other sheep, then that's when I'm gonna ground pound. So right there. And then you get it both up every time. Also, I should probably say, if you hit a sheep, then they're a little bit more sensitive to where you are. And by that I mean, like, if I ground pound the sheep now, it's gonna kind of go in the direction that it's gonna go directly away from me. And the range for that is a little bit higher than it usually is. So, like, if I go near the sheep, it's not gonna be, like, aggroed if I'm here. But if I go a little bit closer, it will be. But then if I ground pound it, that range is a lot further. Like, you see it's still going away. Maybe that's a bad demonstration, but that is a feature of the game. So it's part of... It's one of the many small things to learn about sheep herding. And then you can take the rocket flowers into the pipe if you're fast enough with them. Just recently someone discovered if you're on the ground and you hit the notes and then you crouch, then you can turn around instantly and keep your flower. Yeah, the relax miss tweet. I tried to do it there, but I was in the air when I hit the notes, and so it didn't work. Because you can't crouch in midair. Beautiful. It never gets old. Thank you, Libero and Cheese James, for sponsoring the sheep skydiving expedition. Excursion. I don't know. I always think of an excursion as a temporary thing. But the sheep are doing this for the rest of their lives, so I don't know. Wait, I'm not clipping. I'm trying to change the time here to get the moons. This new route is very tight on moons, and so if you set up DSTA beforehand, then you can get these moons. I forgot to do that. I don't know if I feel like the first refresh might be easier, but you have to do 2 in the first one, where you can get away with 1 this time. Yes, that's why I do 2 in the first one, because I can spin through the purples. Oh yeah, for this sub area, I'm looking away from that over there, because that cycle starts when you look at it, but it doesn't move if you're not looking at it. I don't know if the first person will mess with it, but it's a camera manip for this room. Okay, we're good. It doesn't really matter when you hit that cycle as long as you can jump on it immediately. Okay, and that's Mushroom. Mushroom is a longer split. Time for the best part of the run, Cap 2, it's true. No, there's nothing really special about Cap 2. Oh, my splits cuts. Okay. Yeah. Cap 2 isn't that bad. It's just that deaths cost a lot later on. Cap 2 is fun though. The reference there was to volleyball. But unlike the old route, which went to Seaside after Mushroom, we just go to Cap here. Oh wait, I should talk about this. So this is a jump you can do from here to the danger sign and then to the moon. If that looks scary, it is. It's not that bad with practice, but if you don't want to do that, then you can come over here and get the Goomba here. That loses about 10 seconds. That's not going to be far enough. My first long jump angle was off to the side, so it didn't work. You can also do a triple jump here. There we go. I feel like the triple is harder because it's easier to overshoot. How do you do the dive jump into the cap and bounce? Like this. Basically you jump, you throw a cappy, and then you dive while still holding Y or X. And then as long as you're holding Y or X, then you get a cap jump. Like this. It's to stop your roll before the frogs. No, I mean like to overshoot to the danger sign. Because with the long jump way, you can't really overshoot. But with the triple jump, you can. You get too far. Okay, for this one, try to grab the moon at the very top of it, and then once you're here, cap bounce way out to the side, like this. And then you can get back up. Getting back up is a little bit tricky though, so don't worry too much if you can't do it. Do you stabilize in the air more? I mean, if it works for you, then do it. This is one of my favorite sub areas. Here you can just cap throw to that one. It's really not that far. And just be careful not to bonk and die or anything there. You can save a lot more than it looks like. And then here, I would say moving faster is better. Because then there's less time for the platforms to change underneath you. You just want consistent movement here that you can do every time. And then if you're worried about this, make sure you set it up first. I always just jump and then look. Because you can almost always make it. But if you're scared of doing a blind jump into the fog, then just look for the moon first and then go more directly toward it. Alright, Koopa for running time. Good guesses for this are 22s, usually. This might be a high 22. You're not supposed to go on the railing. That was a mistake that was corrected reasonably well. $22.78. Try to get a 21 this time. I like to jump over the light like that. That's my visual cue for the vector. And then it's just all rolling. $22.31. The visual cue for this one is just the arrows in the ground. You can kind of see them pointing. And then make sure not to enter this area too soon, because then you don't get your coins. Okay, I'm gonna do this route actually. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so the strat here, if you're really fast, you can make this work. If you capture this and basically do 4 times flutters, and then right after you hit the shard, then pull back and shake really hard. Then you can beat the cycle a little bit. It is very risky though. You can always just wait a cycle and take that a little bit safer. And then this long jump is super easy. Make sure you use the invisible blocks. It's much better than using the frog, like you're supposed to. Oh, I should probably show how to get those if you don't do the jump that I did. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But like, you can do something like that and then dive and bonk. Or you can do something like that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Then, oh, I didn't point out Mushroom, but the reason we talk to Toad before entering Peach's castle is so that Peach will appear here. Because apparently Mario has to find out that Peach is gone before Peach actually leaves. Peach is manipulating Mario. This is a fun sub area. This is the route that I found to be the fastest. I know other people have different ones. I think there are at least 3 different routes for this sub area that are all pretty fast. I don't think mine is BTT, meaning the best version of it. But it's pretty good. I guess I could probably show it without the complicated movement at the start as well, just in case. I think it's pretty straightforward, but there was a shrine bounce and a dive vault, and that might just be kind of confusing. I'll show it without. So you get the shard here, and then just something like that. Just use spin pounds instead. You can still do a ground pound down throw for this one, and then everything else is the same. I guess I could show this. This is pretty tight here, so just manage your height well, and you're fine. You have about that much extra height. Which is not that much, but it's doable. Then here, if you want the shrine bounce, basically just don't even touch the stick after you buffer your spin. I found that out last night as I was prepping for this. You just buffer before Mario can move, and then just do the shrine bounce like that. Much easier. My purple count looks funny. It's because I only got one of the set at the start out of the 3. Usually you'd have 31 here. It probably doesn't look funny to almost anyone. Here you land on the sign because the Goomba's height isn't actually enough from the hat, and so you gain a little bit more height by resetting the ground. Because the Goomba can only fly a certain height above the ground, but if you set the ground to be a higher place, then he can fly higher. And the fast way to do the timer is a back throw like this. That allows you to get the key while this platform is still high, instead of waiting for it to go low and then high again. It basically just saves a full cycle. Or half a cycle, depending on if you do it like I do. You talk to that guy to initiate the Forgotten Treasure quest, which is a little bit scary because if you die at all here, then you have to restart the treasure quest by talking to him again. Meaning any death that I have from now until like the end of cap is pretty costly. So the goal should be not to die here once you talk to him. Or just at all. I'm going to show this faster movement. The faster movement does go over a gap, so if you're worried about that, then just take it safe. But I do like that triple jump. Okay, that's the third Cappy text, so we're on pace. It's basically the stack of boxes, the foggy platform, glasses bridge, and then the hill, and then you can get the moon. And this is the last one. So I got the Cappy text, which means the moon is available at this point. Or it should be. I feel like I've gotten the Cappy text before and it wasn't available. But usually it is. Usually the moon spawns when it should. A tip for this moon is don't move the control stick almost at all and don't hold Y when you're doing this part. Yeah, just generally be very careful on that moon because the frog is kind of hard to control sometimes. And you'll see me vectoring. That's the fastest way to travel with the frog. Vectored shake jumps. Then, since Cap is a small kingdom, we buy everything. The reason we get souvenirs, I guess this is the first time that I've bought souvenirs, but the reason we get them is for a Toadette achievement. You need to have 40 out of 43. So we only skip 3 souvenirs and then some more outfits. We also need outfits for achievement. 35 hats and 35 outfits. The souvenirs we skip are in sand, snow, and moon. And we get all of them in the rest. That's just because those purples tend to be slower. Alright, that's Cap Kingdom. You should have 31 leaving Cap. And that is all but the Cap hint art. $241, good. If you don't have at least 240 here, then you're gonna have to moon dub in Moon Kingdom. It'll say where. How's the pace looking? Here I get the rocket flower, but you don't have to. I just like it. 33 minutes behind. Yeah, that's about right. So in the first, not quite third of the run. Yeah, this is still sub 10 pace. Okay, and you can miss one purple in Moon Kingdom anywhere. Because just the way the route works, there's a set of 4 that we grab. And it just works out to where you can skip one set, or one purple of any set that you like. You know, I want to show the fast right here. This is a good example of the kind of sub-area that you want consistent movement for. I mean, really that's most sub-areas, but this one in particular. If you're not quite fast enough, then it can mess it up. And then you have to figure out your run cycles, and it's just a pain. I made it still. That was close. That was a very bad angle. No. And then you can just long jump from this last platform. It always looks super tight, but you can do it. You can also just cat bounce or something, or dive. Okay, for this bunny, I basically am just gonna go straight towards the chapel from here, and then the bunny will walk right into B. If you're too far, if you go too far on this side, then the bunny will go the other way. But if you go like, oh, I guess not. Okay. So usually, I don't know what I did different there. Maybe I was just a little bit too far to the right. But if you go at this angle or so, then the bunny will come over here, and then you can just walk into it right here. That's the idea behind that. It's good to have a setup for all the bunnies because they can be pretty big pains if you don't get them right. Also, this jump is pretty tight. You also could go from over here if you're worried about it. It'd be fine though. The jump isn't that tight. It's more about learning when you should cap bounce, which is probably lower than you think because of moon gravity. And at this point, I would moon dump if I didn't have 240 leaving cap. But at 241, so we're good. The idea behind the moon dump is the doctor outfit unlocks at 240, and we need that for a moon in this kingdom here. I suppose we could also get it in moon 3, but it'd be kind of a pain. There's not really a reason to do it then. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing, just moving that whole warp. I don't know. A lot of things in this game are pretty flexible, which is good. That also means more potential for optimization. For this dog, he's gonna dig there first, which is why I hit him before going to the 2D area. And then make sure you give him your hat, and don't hit Y or shake at all if you can help it. It takes 3 of those instances for the dog to let go of Cappy. Like this. I just hit Y 3 times. But you just avoid having the dog let go of Cappy too early, because the dog can a lot of times get stuck on that wall. And then you just have to warp or reset somehow. It's probably one of the most frustrating things in the game. Trace walking I do backwards because the visual cues are better. Instead of just walking where there's nothing, I like to walk where there's the ridge on the second half when I can't see the arrows. Because the ridge makes it pretty consistent. That should be fine. Cool. This trace walking scoring is very volatile. I've been talking about wanting to test this for a long time and figure out how it's calculated. But for now, it's pretty random. So you just, as long as your circle is good enough, then you're fine. But if it's on the borderline, you probably won't make it. Just the way of the world. And then we buy the astronaut outfit, but don't put it on because that's used later in Lake. And then of course the 2 souvenirs. This is one of the ones that we skip. This 25 coin one. It allows us to not have to go through all of Moon Cave and do a second shop visit and all that. The routing works way better. Sphinx is 3-4-2-2-2. Try not to jump between. I'm just mashing. It's much better to time it. And as always in these rooms, try to get all the coins that you can. Coming up on Koopa for running. Dang, if I can get my mood counter to work, I wonder if I can make my audio recognize my voice saying Koopa for running and then just start the Koopa for running. That'd be kind of cool. I feel like I always say that in the same tone of voice, so I think that might actually be pretty easy. I don't know. I guess getting a training set would be kind of a pain. Oh, so the goal of this Koopa for running is to keep your rocket flowers and run the whole time. It's just pretty much just running. Or I guess vectoring. depending. Because if you run, you can capture farm. If you vector, it's a little bit faster. 3467, nice. That was good. Just ignore the Cooper for any bot order. The route changed and I have not updated my bot. I'm gonna reprogram it once my moon cutter is done. Which hopefully will be this week. I started it, but I don't have a big enough training set yet, I don't think. And also, I just need to make it smarter. My data structuring wasn't that great the first time. I'm sure people care about this. Imagine coming to my stream and not caring about machine learning. Who could that be? $35.25. Good, good. Then we got one more moon here. The doctor. Yes, that was pretty fast. Those were good. See, I told you that my moon Koopa for earning was pretty consistent. You didn't believe me. Maybe you still don't. I guess so. Also, I hope your party was fun, if you're back. Now we unlock Dark Side. If you're new to all moons, this is probably the thing that you have to practice the most. Dark Side is hard. You're biking home? Why are you guessing in Koopa Ferrani if you're biking home? Well, I hope your party was fun. I guess you're addicted. Koopa Ferrani is too tempting, especially when you won last week, or 2 weeks ago. Last week. Yeah, that's fair. When I first read that, I had an image of you, like, trying to type while biking, and that seemed like a very bad idea. But I guess if you're standing on the road, that's probably fine. Okay, I can attempt to show the Dark Side skips, but my Joy-Cons have been very temperamental recently. If you call playing Uno a party, it kind of depends on how you play, right? Okay, so this is a Dark Side skip. If my Joy-Cons will... Okay. I don't know if my Joy-Cons will let me do this. I'm gonna try 1 or 2 more times. I feel like it would be good to show, but my Joy-Cons are so bad. I've stopped doing them in runs because, like, that was a long jump and I dropped 2 of the inputs out of 3. I'm gonna try 1 more time. Biking and being on the phone is illegal. Is that enforced? Alright, last try. If my Joy-Cons don't work, then I'm just gonna do it the normal way. I'm still gonna show Topper. Okay. No Joy-Cons today. Oh, I should mention. There's a life apart here. And you can get that after every boss fight. You can warp back to the Odyssey, or you can go back through the areas and you can just get the life apart every time if you need it. You shouldn't. This is a speed run, but you can. Okay, so here I hit topper. I haven't done anything else, and I'm just gonna let myself fall, and then immediately when I hit the ground, I'm gonna jump and cap throw, and it's gonna be the right time. It could have been the right time if I had aimed that properly. Okay. Let me try it this time. There we go. That's how it's supposed to go for both phases. I don't do topper very often because I usually skip him. But, yeah, so that's how you do it, roughly. I'm better at the other fights. Topper is probably the hardest regardless. Out of practice or not. Oh, thanks, Adam. I appreciate the tip. I may have done that once or twice before. Yeah, I've gone through Dark Side a couple times, maybe 100, maybe more, probably more, maybe 200. Okay, the visual cue here is right when he pulls his hat back. Right there, that's when I ground pound. It's just a really fast ground pound. And that makes this fight pretty easy. And then Ringo is probably the easiest of them all. As long as you can hit him the first time, I guess. The way I usually do it is I just jump dive into him. And that works pretty well. And then I just stall in the air above him. The second phase you can just cap through a ground pound. There we go. Yeah, you can. Ringo is super easy if you know how to hit him quickly like that. If you don't know that, then he's a lot harder. I remember casually just having him chase me all around and dying to him several times. Alright, Dark Side mech is actually the same order as normal mech. You just handle your height a little bit differently because everything gives you so much more. But it's the same idea. I know you can do target acquired here, but I don't really know how to do that in Moon. So I'm just gonna get what is it, Spirit third, and then Aerial last. And you can actually ledge grab here. I didn't do it, but okay. The right way to do this is to ledge grab. Anyway, this works. It's better not to fall off, of course, but hitting Spirit there is probably the hardest hit of any mech. Okay, now we got the sub-areas. This is the first half of Darkside or so. Maybe a little bit less than half. The sub-areas and the hint arts. It's very important not to miss any hint arts because it's a pain to come back here and look at them. So if you count, you should be at 10 paintings that you glance at in Darkside. Can I speedrun Darker Side? If you mean the category, I've done it before, but not often. If you mean just the level, yeah, I mean, I do that every run. I usually do all moons every weekend, and I do Darker Side in all moons. I'm kind of breezing over this. So that's one way to do this. I'm going to show a couple other ways to do this part. Go over the top, I think, is the easiest. It's the fastest, relatively easy way. I'm going to show two other ways to do this as well. Yeah, I know a lot of people have problems with this one. So the faster way is like this. It's with the triple jump. Because basically the idea is that this bullet below only spawns once you hit this area. And so getting the key first and then dropping down like I did last time is not as fast. So basically I just trigger it a lot sooner. And then you just go along the top the same way. Do you have any good way to get the second one at the bottom? I don't know what you mean. I'll show the casual way this time. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Okay, so you get the key and then you drop down. And once you hit this platform here, then this bullet spawns. And basically, oh. You can either long jump or you can jump dive. I haven't done this in a long time. Because it is faster to go up top. Let me try this again. Never do that one again, that's fair. Going on top like I did is easier for some people, I guess. Yeah, you can do the long jumps, you can do jump dives as well. I keep missing them. I feel like I should show this though, just because it might help someone. I'll give it one more try, and then I'll move on. like that. You can do it with either jump dives or long jumps. They both work. The reason going on top is faster is because you don't have to get this moon first. You can get the back moon first while you're waiting. But yeah. Any of those 3 steps are fine. Going on top the normal way, going on top the fast way, and going on the bottom. Okay, now the hint art counting begins. That's 1. That's 2. I usually take this room slow because it's very easy to kill Yoshi on accident. So I usually just wait the cycle out. And then you just kind of carefully make your way around. It's not the worst thing to kill Yoshi, but you don't want to. Oh, you ran out of data, oh no. I just figured you were biking. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's nothing special about this sub-area. It's just a matter of doing it well. I feel like this is the hardest sub-area in Darkside. It's 3. Here's the 4th one. 5. 6. To finish the movie on the train, nice. Maybe it was worth it. Does that mean that you don't have data for the next 4 days? Dang. So is movie night at 6 still good tomorrow? Okay, good. For this one... Oh, shoot. For this one, it's a little bit difficult to do this. It takes some practice. Basically, once you get to the fruits level, then you want to hover. Or flutter. And then lick the wall here once you get close enough. That'll just take some practice. Everything else here is pretty easy, I think. Make sure to be on for those. Nice. Okay, here's another one that a lot of people have problems with. I'm going to show the fast way first. That's the fast way, and then you can go here and get this. Then I usually do 2 roll boosts and pause. And then I kind of assess where the cycle is. It's usually pretty consistent. It's usually right where it is now. And then you can just get the piranhas like that. That's how the sub-area is supposed to go. I'm going to show a slightly easier way to do the first part. Backflip dive, that's true. Alright, yeah, let me show the easier way. So here, just do a triple jump or a double jump. I think you could even make a single jump dive, but that might be tight. It's kind of hard to see where the edge of the platform is, but it's past that poison spot over there on the left. It's past that. So you can jump from pretty far. And then you can just go from here And then get over here, get the moon. And then, as Libro said, backflip dive is a good way to get these. I'm taking this too slow, and so I give them too much time to spit out poison. Oh, I guess he spit right on me. Cool. Yeah, this has been happening a lot today. It's just kind of part of it. Some people are good at not overthinking things. I am not one of those people. Yeah, the idea is to backflip dive like this, and then you're always going to be high enough. Yeah, I've been overthinking a lot of things. I messed up picture match twice. I died 3 times to mollusk and mushroom. Other things like that. But it happens. I kind of knew that was going to take place today. That's 7. Besides that, things have been going well. Actually, gold at Seaside. Somehow. Okay, here's very easy to roll over the P-switches, so make sure you don't boost over them, because you can just roll over there. I mean, overthinking doesn't really work as an excuse, because you still made the mistake. And it was still your fault. So, I mean, yes and no. With this area, basically just keeping your momentum is the biggest thing. So don't roll over P-switches and keep your momentum. Don't do long jumps as much, but I guess long jumps would be fine. Try to roll and just come out of rolls to do triple jumps and things. Okay, that's number 9. And that's the last one. I know my painting order is slightly different than the one in the PowerPoint, but you can do either one. I believe mine is faster, but I have not actually timed that. And then with this, side flipping with Yoshi can help a lot. Tonguing up the walls is a good skill to have, but you have to know when... You have to know like where you can put Yoshi's tongue on the wall in order to get up. Which just takes some practice. And also not taking damage can help. Yeah, taking notes on this is good. I actually did it really well there. Then we can warp out. How's the pace looking? 33, 37 behind. Okay, that's not even bad. Oh wait, 38. I looked at the wrong number. Amateur speedrunner. Yeah, that's fine. Still sub 10. Yeah, I realized that 8 hours of talking can actually get pretty far. I'm realizing that like I can usually do things in my own pace and still be fine, and then I can just show some specific things instead of talking for like 1.5 times everything. Well, yeah, like if you think about it, I'm still talking for 8 hours straight about moons. I think that's You can get a lot of talking done in that time. And also there's a lot of things that I don't need to explain. That's not gonna work. The reason I have my camera this way is because the dog is over there, and the dog doesn't move unless he's being watched. Basically like a real dog. They only do things that you want them to do when you're watching. Then here's Capture Farm. Basically we're just jumping on the dog. And then when you capture against the wall, you should either see the white circle or hear a triple throw. No, I got your sarcasm, don't worry. I was just distracted. The exclamation mark did a pretty good job of that. Anyway, this is also a bathroom break, so I will be right back. Alright, that's gonna be funny. There are numbers in the PowerPoint, but I'm sure I overfarmed there. I've been way up, and I'm also doing extra cat throws today. But the dog has to go here for the digging spot this time. And again, try to keep the camera on the dog as much as possible in this part. In this case, it just worked. And I will say this route is kind of dependent on you hitting these seed throws. It doesn't matter if you miss a couple, but it's better if you get them all. From here, the bird is going to be... The bird starts right when you hit the moon rock. This is not the right time to show this. I tried to turn my camera up, but that distracted me. Okay, the bird is there. Ideally, you'd hit the bird about here, but I should have gone the other way in my case. I was just trying to show it normally happen. Yeah, you do have to be pretty fast. If you don't get it here, you can get it somewhere else. There's a spot that's equally hard, and I guess equally fast too. Well, not equally fast, but it's close. So you do get 2 tries. If you don't get it on the second one, you have to chase it down. Yeah, I'll point it out when I get there. Okay, this jump under, it looks harder than it is. As long as you jump very late, then it's fine. but if you jump too early, then you might not get underneath, and then you probably will end up dying. Or bonking or something. I'll do the jump again, so it's easier to see. Actually did this at the wrong time. Hold on. The cycle is important because you have to jump on the moving platform. So I guess what I did there is I held my cap out and then I dove from below, and that helps a lot. I didn't realize that I did that. That's kind of interesting. The jump isn't that hard, but it does take some practice. There, I should also, I guess I could also point out the faster strat. This may or may not be worth doing for anyone, but it could be kind of cool. Okay, so the idea is that you go under this one and then you can get up on this platform here, but I was too low. I'm not going to worry about showing this though. I don't think anyone does this in runs. Maybe some people do. Maybe BP. Maybe Heather. I'm not used to being able to pause and drink water. This is nice. I have a small headache though. I don't think I have to stop, but if it gets worse I might. I don't think I can really do anything though, so I don't know if it would help. Never mind. Anyway, this is the place where you get the bird. Right here. Whatever. You get the idea. Yeah, it's not that bad, but I think like my super long days of looking at a screen this week have I don't know. It's been too many days in a row, I think. And I've also been focusing extra on this one because obviously I'm like paying attention to every single movement. So yeah, I don't know. I think too much intense focus on screens for too many hours, too many days in a row. Oh well. No, I don't have anything, so I don't really know if stopping would help. It's fine. It's not that bad at the moment. I might take a break later on though, just to look away from the screen for a little bit. For now, it's fine. And it's scoop of running time. Good guesses here are 24s. High 24s. I would rather not take a break if I can, but, you know. I actually did that in Moon already, but I could do it again. messed up the ending. Maybe people won't watch this entire video and I can just show it multiple times. No. Yeah, let's try this again. Hopefully a high 24 this time. I know earlier that I said that capture farming on while having a rocket flower speed is good. In this case, it might not be. This is the one exception because sometimes you hit a wave and then you get stalled because it counts as you capturing in the air. Of course, it's not going to happen now, but I want to show it off. It's just a risk you take. I don't know if it's better on balance or not. That's why I complain about waves, yeah. You just get stalled just a little bit. I wonder if my Joy-Cons will cooperate for one down throw. Okay, good. So the idea there is that you throw... Basically, you want to throw Cappy very early. So before you get to the Scarecrow, and then Cappy will home in on the Scarecrow from above. And that's the Joy-Con only strat, because Pro-Cons can't do mid-air down throws. It saves like 5 seconds. If you don't want to do it, then you can just do it the normal way. Or if you don't have working Joy-Cons, like me. The one reason I might want to replace my Joy-Cons is because of jump farm. Too cheap to buy a Pro-Con. If your first pair of Joy-Cons breaks, then you're cheaper if you buy a Pro-Con than Joy-Cons. Jump farm with the Pro-Con. I would just mash for the entire jump farm. I wouldn't shake. Oh, I just skimmed entirely over Fish Clip. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting into normal all moons run mode. This is 4-3-2, 4-3, by the way. The ones are not necessary. For any quiz, you can always mash B to get through text, and then hit A for the answer. Four through 2, 4-3. Yeah, it's very helpful here and with Pauline. I'm gonna go show a Fish Clip real quick. But it's more important for the Seaside and Wooded selections. Okay. Wait, I just did it again. Okay, so Fish Clip. Basically, you boost into this little area here. There's a place where it kind of indents a little bit. That's where you want to be. And then you uncapture, you walk away from it, and then you capture again, and then you boost down. It's pretty easy. There are several tutorials on it. Anyway, okay, so I was at Sphinx. Then you get the seed. And managing rocket flowers can be kind of hard. I'm just gonna show what I usually do, which is a little bit slower than what fast people do, but I think it's worth it. I throw the seed from here. And this way I can get both rocket flowers pretty easily, just with the down throw. Directions. I'm just gonna get these now. I don't know if it's better now or later. Those are kind of awkward. But now we got volleyball. Unequivocally the worst moon in the game. I don't think anyone can test that except for the one person saying volleyball pog in chat. Yeah, actually, never mind. Maybe jump, jump, jump. Okay, it's not the worst moon in the game. You can come back here, bro. I don't have people arrived? I don't? Why do I have people leave but not people arrive? You know what I could do? I could turn down the brightness on my TV. Because dark side skips and everything are over, so I don't really need the dark colors. Which is usually why I have my brightness up. Because my TV is very bad at showing this sort of thing. The dark colors just all look black. Deep Woods is the one thing, but it's fine. Also, during volleyball, if you don't want to spike all the time, then you should do some kind of cap throw or jump farming. Like, it's pretty easy just to do this. Just like one jump between each throw. You can do an up throw and a jump like this. Some people do like a double or triple cap throw. You do 2 jumps. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do, but as long as you're doing something, then that's better than nothing. As long as you're sure you can get the volleyball hundreds, no matter what. If it's not messing you up. Because it is much better not to miss volleyball and have to lose 2.5 minutes. Failing this moon is pretty frustrating. There we go. You don't cap farm or jump farm here? It doesn't lose that much. Say you spike to 25 versus jump farming once, like 1 jump per spike. That saves you 5 seconds. If you're jump farming. If it's 1 cap throw per spike or per hit, 75. I guess that's 15 seconds. I mean, it makes a difference, but if you're less confident in volleyball, then just make it easy. Yeah, that's good. See, Mario kick the ball is worse. You still said it's legal. So Mario's just playing rough with the snail. If I was playing with volleyball with the snail, I would play rough too. I'm not going to talk about this ever, yeah? Yeah, exactly. I just missed a note. Cool. You like this emote. I don't know which emote that is, but if I added it, someone liked it. I don't have 7TV. Okay, fish and dips. That's this trick. Basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fish bonk into the back. Then I'm gonna boost downward directly. Let me just show this part. I don't want to risk this. Basically, like you see how a fish bonks like that? So, if you bonk on the down, like if you bonk, let's see. I'm trying to show this without dying and without getting the moon. Anyway, basically you want to bonk on the ground, and then as the fish is leveling out, you want to boost. Or sorry, you want to shake. And then that should get you out of bounds. I want to show this off. So I'm going to restart this. Yeah, someone... I think maybe Sly sent me a list of 7TV emotes to add. And I remember adding the ones that I liked, but I didn't even... I still don't have 7TV, so I don't know what they are now. There we go. Okay, so that's called fish and dips. And then you can get the moon from out of bounds. And then do this. Well, it's not a Sag because it's a choice. I just, you know, I don't have it. Okay. So here, the biggest thing is to stay out of bounds. Be very careful. If you miss fish and dips or you don't want to do it, then you can always just go out of bounds with the normal fish clip over that way. And that's fine. You can just get the shortcut moon and this moon how you would in any percent. Just without anything. Then you want to aim for this boxy thing in the distance. Because that's where the next moon is. Then we have one more moon to get half in bounds, half out of bounds. Shaking here helps a lot, by the way, because shaking increases the fish's hitbox. Also, I guess my browser source doesn't show them either. It doesn't really matter. People generally don't use 7TV emotes in my chat. I'm probably never gonna get it. But if people like emotes, then I can add them. Just so they can see them themselves. I only have 3. I don't even think that I like them all. You love Sag? I'm not a fan. But people seem to like it, so be it. Oh, I guess I should mention the reason that I did fish clip there. Getting those shards of the fish is so much better than swimming with no cappy with Mario. It saves a lot of time. So even if you clip out of bounds or clip back in bounds at the nesting spot moon, it's still just as fast to go get the fish and clip again as to go straight from there. So small GR. Yeah, I agree. Not enough people play this game. It's a good one. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, I guess I didn't explain that very well. Basically, I go from here, and you can just hit the bomb from this angle, and that should work. It takes some practice. If you don't want to do it from that far, then you can just do it from here. And then you can turn like that. That also works. Alright, and that's the sub area. Wait, I think at this point I'm supposed to have all of my purples. Did I miss a set? How's that possible? Oh no, it's right here. Never mind. I need to think a little bit further ahead into the route. No, we're good. Then one of the reasons why this route is better than the old one is because you get the rocket flower here. That's not gonna work. So I'm not saving time with this route today. That's fine. Also, I guess one other good thing about this route is that you don't need to worry about which pot to put it in. With older routes you did. Yeah, because one of the pots is longer. It takes a lot longer. Yeah, the tall one. It is easy to remember, but it's also nice because, like, if you throw it from a distance, it's not always easy to know which pot it's going in. So it's just kind of... This makes it easier. I always throw them from pretty far away. Okay, and then here we don't buy the sailor outfit, but everything else. And actually changing your outfit resets the position of Dory, so you don't need to worry about getting to Dory fast as much. Which is nice. And then I get to see it the same way as the other one. I just take it to the same rocket flower, and then... just take it over the same way. It makes it easier. I'm not sure if this is the fastest way, but this is what everyone does, so... It might be the fastest. I'm just usually a skeptic of things. Yeah, I don't know either. I just don't like saying it's definitively the fastest when it seems kind of far out of the way. It probably is. Just do that, but I'm not... Yeah, I don't know. It probably is. I just don't like taking anything for granted. Okay. Last warp in Seaside. This part can be a bit tricky. You need to keep Glidon pretty high. And you can do that by shaking. And the goal is to get the moon on the other side of the fountain. Something like that. If you miss this somehow, then you can just use the Gushing below. But just be careful because Glidon does despawn. So get the Glidon moon first and then get the Gushing after, just to be safe. If Glidon despawns, then you have to warp again. I'm pretty sure it's a distance and camera thing, yeah. So like, if I go now to get the Gushing, Glidon's gone. It's not time. Glidon will stay around as long as you do. And I think if it's on camera, then it's fine, as long as it's close enough to be loaded in. But if it's off camera for long enough, then it just despawns. So be careful about that. Then I only got 2 of the blocks below, so I just have to be careful with this jump. You don't want to fall down here, because then you have to go in the water again. That's pretty much Seaside. Fortunately, Seaside 3 is only like 3 minutes long. Maybe 2.5 even. Alright, on to Cascade. Well, you know what? I'm gonna pause the game real quick. I need to change the brightness on my TV because I don't think it's helping my headache. Okay. That might be too dark. But I guess better too dark than too light. Oh, the timer's paused, thank you. Oh, wait. Okay, make sure you hit this block, by the way, before moving on. And this is basically the same as the other dino skip, but a little bit tighter. If you want to just go up the other way and then make your way over to the moon rock, that's also good. You can also make it up from Captain Toad. I will show that real quick. If you just do something like that. That also works. might also take a short break soon, just to try to take care of my headache. Just look away from the screen for a couple minutes. I didn't want to do this, but I also don't have any Tylenol or anything. I mean, I guess I could go to the store on my break, but yeah, that's too long. It's not that bad. I'm not opposed to taking a lot of breaks today. I might end up cutting them out of the final time anyway, for the YouTube video. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Maybe after both Koopa for earnings. I just don't want to wait until it's too bad. Just in case. Anyway, Koopa for earning time. I guess I could have mentioned the Dino purples as well. Basically just shake into the purples and it's fine. It's really not that big of a deal. You can also get them later if you don't want to do that for whatever reason. Oh my. I can't see this because it's all dark. I made this too dark. Oh yeah, guessing the time. Usually good times are something like 15s. High 15s, low 16s. 1776, nice. It shows the time at the end. And I also put it in chat. 1514, I've never gone that fast. I can't see. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna reset because I want to do this right. I guess I can play off of OBS. Thank you for the follow. 1658. That's fine. And thank you for doing bot testing. Yes, the reward did go through. Bot testing actually does nothing, but it's fine. I've used it in the past for bot testing. Actually, once recently. Oh wait, I said I was gonna take a break. Okay, after shop, I guess. Just for like 1 minute. Dang, you wasted your 10 points. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I will be back in like a minute. I just want to look at something that's not a screen, see if my headache can go away. So we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. What's up, Drop Mania? How are you? Oh, thank you for the raid, the party of 6. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, that's unfortunate timing. But welcome in. I just had a bit of a headache, and so I stepped away for a minute. You're good? Nice. Did you PB? Any good runs? Did it get better? I think it's a little better. It might not last long, but I don't know. We will see. It's not that bad of a headache, so it should be fine. If you were closest but it didn't say it, you probably didn't guess within the right time. Also, I didn't explain that. That is called chest clip. Basically, it's a moon up warp, kind of like nut clip or anything else. And then it just lets you get out of bounds. If you cap bounce there, usually you get too high, so you just have to be careful. And then you can get on this little platform here. Just be very careful not to go back in bounds. Until now. No PB, but you finished a run. Nice. That's at least good. And about chest clip, if you want a more thorough tutorial, it's still 90%, so I'm sure somebody's put something about that out. It's a little bit different in all moons because you clip out and stay out of bounds, but it's the same idea. You meant 16-15? Okay. Seems good. Seems real. Oh wait, no, I didn't get 6-15. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, a Koopa Fernie bot only looks at the ones in the right time. What's the worst linear section? What do you mean by that? Okay, I'm a little bit behind in the cycle, so don't... This part isn't copyable. After this, though, basically I like to stay on top because it makes it easier. I just got caught in the platform somehow last time. Just ignore that. Ignore this too. Oh my gosh. Oh, what's the worst sub area? I mean, I personally don't like the cheese one in Luncheon because it's so boring. That's my least favorite. It's not the hardest. If you want the hardest, it depends on the strats you do, I guess. Okay, that's how this sub area is supposed to end. Yeah, unfortunately my bot is not sentient yet. Oh yeah, I should mention, if you missed chest clip, I will go back and show a backup for that at the end. Yeah, 2D well is one of the worst ones. When will it be sentient? Probably never. I'm not a fan of trying to import feelings into AI. Why is the moon counter askew? That's how the game is. There's no better explanation for it. It's just slanted. I guess it was a design choice they made. I don't know why. Libro, are you a fan of computer feelings? Yeah, I don't know why it's like that, but it's annoying. It's a mod again. I forget why. I don't know. I guess it's safe for now. Until it does something and gets unmodded. So, the Chain Chomp Moon is a little bit finicky. It's a very precise... It's a kind of precise spot on the wall. And if you don't hit it right, then it just doesn't work. I can warp there and do it again. But like, sometimes it just doesn't work. And it's hard to know why. I usually aim something like this. And it usually works, but not always. Did I get this move? Yeah. Okay. Next, I usually do this strat. I'm not convinced that this is that one. It's not. I don't think it's worth it. Especially now, because I can't make it anymore. Yep. You can't make any mistakes there, or it's not going to work. So close. I've spent so many hours practicing that. Okay, so visual cues. I should look at this. So here, I guess just in the middle, little thing on the bottom, like this thing here, like the thing I'm walking on. What do you call this? A little gray triangle. If you go in the middle of that one, that's probably a good visual cue for that. For this one, I usually go like halfway in the chomp, something like that. I have different visual cues for everyone. It usually is the chomps for me, but some people like using the ground. For this one, something like this should work. I'm trying to hold it in position for a little bit longer. And then for this last one, I aim for the last tooth on the chain chomp. But now it moved, so it's kind of hard to tell. I do have a tweet about visual cues for this, but it's probably forever ago by now. Thank you for selling on my Twitter, Libro. Okay, this area can have a couple different ways to do it, I guess. This way... Okay, so you'll notice that cat bounce is pretty wide here. And that's so I don't bonk into this cloud when I spin throw hit it. So see how it's far enough? If you're closer, then sometimes it doesn't work. Who are 1 and 2? I don't know. I don't know if I tested that. I might have just put a number, because it didn't work. Just without a number. My home didn't function. Yeah, so I go pretty wide here, and then I can just... Oh, Okay, that was too wide. No. There's no reason to kill somebody after you already get a worse name. Because you're not going to get the better name, right? This logic doesn't work. Anyway, after this... This last part is usually pretty variable. It's very similar a lot of the time, but it's not always exactly the same. So you kind of just have to wing it sometimes. Especially in the death cycle. It's worth a try. You've been watching too many murder mysteries. Maybe so. Okay, this trick jump is supposedly called Rocky Rumble by the beloved trick jumping community. I was a little bit too far to the left there. You can stand on a part a little bit more to the right of that. You kind of just have to learn where it is though, because there's not much of a visual cue. Yeah, good point, Libro. Okay, I wasn't quite far enough. Yeah, I'm just bonking here to prove I'm not among the trick jumping community. This is only a 3 out of 10 and I can't do it every time. I don't like the triple throw version. So what that means is that instead of doing the rainbow spin right here, okay, my vectors are all wrong. I'm going too far to the left still. But instead of doing the rainbow spin, you do the homing cat throw, like that. But I'm not very good at those. There we go. Of course, you can also just go the normal way if you don't want to save 10 seconds. Yeah, triple throws are faster. I'm just not very good at filming cat throws. So it might be fine. It might be better, but for me personally, I don't like it. Then I just like jumping over the middle there. It makes it easier. Oh, a good visual cue for this, I usually line up this and then go a little bit to the right of it. So like look straight along the side and then just go a little bit to the right. Okay, from here, I'm not going to show that back up. So from here, you're supposed to usually jump straight down to there. If you miss the purples, then you can run I'll just show this. If you miss the purples, just go over here to the waterfall, drop down, and get the purples below. That's where the chest clip purples are down there. Yeah, what Libro's talking about, there is another backup. It makes it harder, but it's a little bit faster. I'm just not going to talk about it though. The backup is a little bit hard. There's a learning curve to it, and I feel like I have it pretty consistent, but I don't know. some things aren't worth talking about today. That is Cascade. No, I think I'm gonna show the cool Bowser route. I don't know. I mean, the goal today was supposedly less for beginners, but at the same time, I want to show this. So I think I'm just gonna do the hard version. Watch the beginner Bowsers if you want to watch an easier version. Okay, so line up. You can use the pylon as a visual cue. Line up on this one, about in line with this, kind of like that. Kind of with the line on the roof, that is, something like that. First person, use the arrow pointing to the R as a visual cue, and line up with the second little like what do you call this? A triangle. The second slot on the roof, kind of like that. To see if it works, you can home downwards with Cappy, and Cappy should be going out of bounds. And then basically what you want to do is cap throw, backflip, ground pounds, dive, and then home. It is very precise. And it's very easy to be too slow with everything, and so Cappy will come back early. But that's how to do it. This route supposedly saves about 5 seconds. There's one more hard part to it though. So most people don't do this. I think I might be the only one. Should I show that again? Probably not. But fun things to try? I don't know. It may or may not be fun. It's the kind of thing that I think I took a couple hours, to, maybe an hour to get my first attempt. Okay, good. I mean, I think most people aren't watching this for strats like that, so if I just breeze over it kind of like that, it should be fine. Okay, so there are a couple different strats here as well. I like the Pokio strat like this. Some people also do like I think they call it the trick jump route. Is it like this? I think they do something like that. No, there's not an actual tutorial for that one. I could make one if people are interested. I just don't know if anyone would actually use it. Okay, so some people do the trick jump and just like go up here. I like the Pokio way better. I also take pride in having the BTT clip for the sub area. Someone must have found my Twitter and timed it, because I didn't submit it. People would, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll make that then. I don't know. Could put free running time. Probably no 110s today, but I will do my best. I spent like 2 hours on this one night and I got a 110. But doing it with RTA strats is hard. Oh my gosh. This is at least a 114, if not slower. Just because I bogged twice already. Basically, this is all about spin through roll cancels. If you want to get a decent time here. Wow. If I don't get a good second race, then I'm just going to do this again until I get a good one. This is like a 118 maybe. Well, I think I would probably quit before the end. But maybe. 118. Let's do a little better this time. Alright, you know what? I'll do it. If this isn't a 112 or faster, then I'll do it again until I get a 112, and I'll just finish the races. Why not? It's not like time save matters today. I can stream for an extra 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So if you're guessing, guess a 111 or 112. Just because I'm gonna reset until I get one. Well, I guess I'm gonna finish the races anyway, so never mind. Guess what you want. $40.65. Let's see. I think this is a 112. If it's not, I'm gonna do it again. Sorry. No more guessing. Oh. What is this emote? Mulan leave? No. Oh wait, I guess I don't need those purples. That's a good emote. Maybe I'll throw in an extra Snow Koopa for running. Wait, you're off by 0.02? Oh, you were. Oh, but you put 1.13. Okay. That would do it. You were close. Dang. Imagine how cool it would be if you won during this tutorial, and then when I become famous and everyone watches this, then they'll just see you win. You'll go down in history. No, I've never played Portal. Four in the Discord. Some people might challenge you for that. Oh my. Okay, so usually what happens here, I messed up my strat, but usually like if you spin pound dive everywhere, this is fine. No, not for 4 in a row, but just some people might challenge you for the next win. I bet they will be trying. People have been guessing today. Oh yeah, so this sub-area is super easy like this. Do not ever do this the casual way. Anybody can do this. If you can cat bounce. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to go long jump off of the railing, which is a little bit faster. I'll just go the beginner way, that's fine. Which is what people still do, I think. Unless someone saw me do the long jump. Maybe I shouldn't be saying I'm the only one doing strats unless I know that for sure. This is actually a good thing to point out. So the fish despawned because I was too close to it. And it wouldn't despawn if my line was still in the water. So I had to pull it out. That might not be a commonly known thing. That didn't work. You're learning stuff? Let's go. That's the goal. Okay, so here, usually the route would involve you spin pounding from here and vectoring. How do I show this? Vectoring down to that pylon you see at the very bottom of the screen. But since I did the clip, that's not where we go. That was supposed to be an up throw. So this is the other part that makes the route hard. Oh, you can't see it because of... Okay. My splits. This is a good point. Okay, it's this one over here. I think the camera's messed up because of the timer challenge. Yeah. Okay, so usually you go to that pylon. You can see that. But yeah, since I already got that moon, we don't need to worry about that anymore. Maybe I shouldn't even show my splits in the screen. It's not like they're doing anything. It just doesn't feel like a speedrun stream if I don't have them on. It doesn't feel right. That's why. Otherwise my layout is too plain. Oh. Okay. Usually supposed to fling across. That didn't work. Okay, and then the route has this clip in it. This might be a little bit tricky for some people. Including me, apparently. Okay, try again. I want to get this. I need to show this today. I don't usually do this in runs. Because it only saves like 2 seconds. There we go. Yes, you can use the grass to get up. Okay, but the clip is hard. So, perhaps not worth doing. Yeah, there's a little spot in this grass that you can use to get up. Also, 04 Dude has a trick for this moon setup if you're worried about it. If you're worried about the Pokio shot. I kind of know it, but I think I better not explain it just because I might get something wrong. Oh, the Sphinx is all the way over here. Interesting. Or maybe not. I don't know. I might just link that it. Oh my gosh. My captor got dropped. I guess now I get to trigger the moon again. Okay, I can show it. Wow. I can't fling across today. I don't know why. Oh, I guess that works. Okay. So, my understanding of his strat is you poke this, you fling to the right, and then as long as you time the shot, it goes perfectly straight. Okay, so I was right. Okay, just like that. So that is actually a good thing to know. I'm kind of glad I died there. One more thing I should say about that is that it needs to be in a neutral stick. So you just fling to the left with the neutral stick, and then you're just going to be facing completely straight. Which might help someone. Almost every time that spin throw ends up working. Today did not. Yeah, the sub area is pretty straightforward. Really, the rest of Bowser's is. Oh, I guess there's one thing. Okay, there's one thing. In general, Bowser's is a very linear kingdom. Like, if you look at the map even, it's just one straight line. There's not a lot of routing opportunity. Not a lot of exciting things happening. Yes, it's kind of nice actually. There's a lot of like tricks and skips and things at the start of the run, but as you go on, oh, here's the one thing by the way. It's just the jump around here. You can vault, you can long jump. I did the fast version of the long jump, but you can do it like this as well. Long jump, and then here, you want to start your cap throw. I paused, so I messed up. But basically just cap bounce parallel to the wall and then wall jump off of it. Like that. It's not that bad, but it might take a couple tries just to get the idea down. But what I was saying, there's really not that many tricks and skips now. There's still a couple here and there. Like the Pokeo clip and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean in general it's just that various stuff. The first 2 hours are probably the hardest. Just endurance. I mean it's more than that. It will be for me. With my headache, but yeah. Not getting lost is the biggest first thing. And endurance, yeah, for sure. Knowing what movement to do where is always important, no matter what. Yeah, I could take a longer break. But I don't really know what I could do to help. So I'll stay here. I'm not gonna walk to the store and get Tylenol in the middle of my stream. Drinking enough water? I would have thought so. Maybe not. Yeah. I don't get them very often. I don't know why I would be having one today. Maybe my pasta went bad. Is it bad to keep pasta just open in your fridge for 2 days? I would think that'd be fine. It tasted a little bit weird. I don't know. I think I'm trying to point the blame at something, but it's probably just a normal headache. Oh well. It's probably just a screen thing, you're right. Oh yeah, for flags, it's very easy to bonk or die or both. So, I like to stay more in the middle, and then I can dive straight at the flag that I'm aiming for. You like the bonk and death combo, okay. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Good stuff. Yeah, probably just is all the screen. Fortunately, next week I don't have to do my 10-hour work days, so I can actually do other stuff. Anyway, enough complaining. It's Cooper for any time. Yes, watching movies does involve it. Watching Twitch, playing Odyssey, streaming Odyssey, neural networks. Most of it I've been doing this week. I also did not sleep very much this week. So that means a lot more. I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking about this. Maybe one day. Well, no, it wouldn't be lack of sleep, it's more just like, if I'm sleeping 1 hour less, then I'm looking at a screen for 1 hour more most days. So, I don't know. Anyway, so the shortcut here. Basically, as long as you stay high on the hill, it's a good thing. I think next time I go around, I'll pause and I can kind of show where the line is. Okay, so if you go like along that line that I was on, then you're fine, you're safe. Anything above that is fine, anything below that is questionable. And if you get caught cheating, you lose about 5 seconds, I think. $136.86. That was fast. I've been so much faster at this ever since I did this in a call with Joe. Because Joe gave me a trick and I PB'd by 2 seconds that very same time. Oh, did the bot break again? Wonderful. Yeah, he just told me what to do for the middle skip. He gave me this one tip, and it was only press A or B or whatever you use to bound in the air on the skip. And I don't know what that does, but it saved me about 1 second per lap. So I got a 133 that time. Can you ban it now? If it doesn't give an answer this time, then yeah. That didn't go so well. Waiting. Now you just have to give it a confusing time that it can't evaluate properly. Actually, I don't know if that would count as a guess if you did that. I don't think you can break it. Because I'm pretty sure if it doesn't count as a valid guess, it just doesn't count that as your guess, and then the number that you guessed before would just be your guess. But you can try. Well, I guess now you can't because it's over. 135.01. Oh, Koopa Fruiting Bug gave an answer this time. It's safe for now. Yeah, that was pretty good, and I actually saw where I lost that second, for once. Not yet, there's still another chance. Well, not really, I guess. It depends. It's almost always right if the races are under a minute. Okay, so for this you can do spin pounds like this. It makes it much faster and much harder. And I'm kind of shocked that that worked. But it did. You can get a perfect score with that, I'm pretty sure. I've gotten a 97, I think. Okay. And here's a strat that I do that not many others do. This saves about 3 seconds from my old timing. But it's something that definitely doesn't have to happen. As you can see, it's very tight. And I just missed it. Because I long jumped from too close. Fixing my bot will be my next project after the moon counter, probably. Moon counter and ball counter first, and then fixing bot. Well, I'm pretty sure that it just doesn't evaluate, like, it's not passing my input a time through the, like, formatted time function. I'm pretty sure that's the problem. So when I put a colon, then it doesn't work, I think. And that'd only be in the first round. But I feel like I fixed that before, so I think this might be an old version, but I don't know. I think it might just default to this one somehow, but I don't know. I might also just have it wrong in my code because I've fixed it so many times. Either way, I'll fix it when I fix my bot, and it'll be good then. Okay, Koopa for running. There are 2 different strats for this. I might as well just show them both. This first one will be the only one that's guessable. So guess like a 14, hopefully. 1472. I'm gonna do a different strat on this one, and it might take a couple tries to get right. But I'm gonna show it the other way without the fish, which is faster if you do it well. But it's a lot harder. Oh. Okay. That was almost decent. You're ready for the ban. Wait, what was my time? It wasn't 1684, was it? Wait, I have to see this. Hold on. Oh, it wouldn't show it. Wait. This is important. Okay, it wasn't. We're good. We're safe. I was worried we needed to ban Koopa for eating butt permanently. It's safe for now. I might just need to make a new bot account if that happens. If it doesn't work. It's long, but it's not over a minute, which I think is the problem. Okay, I'm not gonna show this strat because I haven't practiced this in forever. Basically, there's a way for you to skip the flower roads, all three of them. You can jump on these rings, but the rings have terrible hitboxes, and it's harder. I'm just not gonna worry about it. It'd probably take me an hour, maybe half an hour to get the... Okay, that's an exaggeration. It'd probably take me 10 minutes to get the strat. But there are better ways I can spend 10 minutes. For this, you know, I'm gonna go back, because this is actually relevant. And I've not been doing a good job of explaining things. Okay. So here. You're out here. You long jump, you cap bounce, you rainbow spin, hold Cappy out, and right as you're about to, right about here, you want to shake, and then Cappy will home in. That strat is a lot easier than it looks. Yeah, Cappy usually goes straight through the corn rings. That's a good visual cue. If Cappy's not through the corn rings, you might be too low and it might not work. I guess Cappy is not a word in our autocorrect. Could be good. So these 4 subrays are the ones that I was talking about earlier. If you don't do the boundable clip, you have to do all 4 of these again here. Because there's a moon that spawns in each one of them. Oh, I guess I didn't have Cappy. I'm pretty sure it is a word. I feel like I've only heard that in like an expression, and I'm not even sure what that expression really means. I can't think of an educated sentence to use it in. I don't know. I think we might need a better word selection algorithm. Well, we do, but it's fine. Okay, there we go. You don't have to do that, by the way. You can use the tornado below. Just need sever. You're close. You're one compiler away. Do you have a summer projects list? Is there any strat in the next room? I feel like I haven't been talking about the run as much in Snow at all. Those summer projects lists are always too long. Because you have all the time in the world, right? Okay, so here you can backflip. It's not a backflip. Get the purples, and then basically you can just long jump immediately as soon as you can, because it's just going to push you up no matter what. No, there isn't a ton to talk about. I was just talking constantly in the first, like, 4 hours of this, so... I just want to make sure that I'm not talking less because of my headache. Because I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of content. No, I'm kidding, but... I just want to make sure that it's an interesting video to watch. Yeah, main game is also just more active, and then you have Mushroom and Dark Side and things like that. Yeah, don't worry. I feel like it's gone away a little bit. So hopefully it continues to. Okay, here. This is something I can talk about. If you uncapture here, you can trigger these things early, and then you don't have to wait with the Goombas. And so you can just jump straight up all of them, and that saves about 3 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it's still there. It probably will come back. but it's fine. It's a pretty mild one. Okay, and then you should have 25 after up-throwing those purples. If you don't have 25, that's a problem. So I guess if you don't have 18 going into the sub-area, then you should get some in the other sub-areas. Because we skip at least 3 in all 3 of the other sub-areas. So you can make them up there. You have 6 projects in the list already? What are they? Are they big ones? Yeah, okay. That sounds very ambitious. That being said, I'm also thinking that because my entire summer is one project, and it's only an extension of somebody else's project. That's what I'm spending 400 hours this summer on. So that sounds like a lot, but maybe it's not as bad. How much do I jump farm here? Probably not much. One for your dad for money? Oh, nice. Bought auto splitter extension. Cool. These are good. You think just no jump farm? Well, I'm gonna show off the other method anyway. I guess you usually go to bed by around now, but usually what I do is I skip 1 minute of this jump farm, and then I do 1 minute extra of the other jump farm. Yes, jump farm does suck. But what can you do? No, not midnight. I mean like this point in the run. I feel like you have gone to bed at midnight sometimes recently. Anyway, I should probably explain what I'm doing here. That could be good. Basically, Toadette needs 10k jumps for a moon. This is the second fastest way to get them. It's about 4 frames per jump, or 15 per second, 900 per minute. We need about 4,500 here. But I'm not gonna sit here shaking for 5 minutes straight. I'm gonna split this up. I'll do like 2 minutes maybe. So it's either midnight or 4 AM. Seems good. I've been going to bed at midnight like every night. I went to bed before midnight 3 times this week. Kind of ridiculous. No, it's not nice, but I had to wake up early for work. I probably didn't get enough sleep as is. But it's fine. You know what, I might go one more revolution of the turtle. I can go one more minute. guess I got like 7 hours of sleep last night. Interesting. It's fine. One more night of that and it might be fine. I'm probably going on a run and then movies all day tomorrow after. So that'll be nice. Yeah, that'll be nice. And the next week I get some nice short 8-hour days. So yeah, it's just this week was hard. Things are good now. Yeah, there's one more holiday. The 4th of July. Which is the week after next. Yeah, it's a Monday. Alright, Snowline. Actually, I showed this off earlier. I had a pretty good run, so I think whatever time I get now is probably fine. Hopefully I can get a 54 or 53. I'm shocked that I got that down. Okay, that was solid. 54.26. You still have some more chances. I am not running the death counter because I figured I'd have a lot of intentional deaths today to show things off. Maybe I should be. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I feel like I've not been dying very much today. No, unintentionally, that is. Last night I realized that I was running it for your stream and then I just never turned it off until 1 AM or 2 AM when I went to bed. So it was just running the whole time on my movies. Apparently they didn't die in the movies. You know, I actually don't think anyone died in the movies. So my death counter worked. Yeah, lots of bonks. Wait, which movies? Oh, wait, hold on. This is kind of important. Okay, so this trick. It's a little bit tricky. If you don't want to do this, you can always take the Taifu over there and just bring it all the way over here and uncapture and get to the painting that way. But if you want to get there faster, you can light up on this wall and then backflip. I guess what I do is I backflip and hold back, and then I essentially do the same thing as a cap bounce, but it turns out to be a vault because of the slope here, and you can use that height to get up. Just like that. There are a lot of different ways you can do that. There's a triple jump setup and something else, but that's the way I found to be most consistent. Oh, I see. That was sarcastic. Okay. No, I don't only watch murderers and criminal movies. Those are the ones that I show for movie nights. I watch other movies though. And I genuinely don't think anyone died in my movies last night. You can shoot those purples at the tank on the way down because it doesn't lose time. You don't get stunned in midair. But you don't really need them. They're just extra. Oh, I guess I missed a split. Shoot the rabbit? Never. Goombas and rabbits are on my okay list. And yeah. Save the Goombas. Okay. Then here you need to have 15 purples to buy the Explorer. What do you have against Goombas? I guess some of the iterations of Goombas have been pretty ugly, and it just kind of depends. Okay, that's 75. That's the one from above the clouds and snow. Short Goombas from Galaxy? Are there different heights of Goombas? Am I forgetting something? Okay, this moon can be a little bit tricky. I think moving the camera is easier than moving Mario. Just make sure you don't fall into deep woods early if you can help it. There is a backup for that. You can just do it right after you get out of deep woods. And then warp, but it's just a little bit of a pain. Only the game for 3 levels. I know Space No Gas. That's the Goomba level in my mind. I don't know what else. Heck. Oh, I can use my OBS feed. Okay. Good. I turned my brightness down on my TV because I had a headache. But I just have to play off of OBS for Deep Woods. So my reaction time might be a little bit slow, but it's fine. You're lost? Where are you lost? Okay, so over there, that's where I just came from, this pipe. It's on that side. And then I came over here, and the coin coffer is on top right here. But now I moved it. Does that make more sense? And then from that tree, if we go that way, that's where the original tree is that I got, the first moon. It's in that direction. Yeah, the coin coffer's behind this bunch of rocks kind of on the dino path. If you're near this guy, then he's gonna be right here. This is actually a good thing to explain. I'm glad you said that. I'll try to explain Deepwood's architecture. And then just go over this hill here. Well, you didn't follow the path exactly like I said. And it requires 500 coins, so 2476. Big hill? It's not a big hill. It is a hill. Okay. If that works for you, sure. Deep Woods is confusing. Okay, so I guess I wasted a coin. Okay, so up there, I can just go up here real quick. So right here, this is a moon that we're going to be coming to with the dino later. Routes are boring. Well, routes also get you through the game in less than... Yeah, you know, never mind. I'm not going to go there. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back because I'm going the wrong way. And it's very hard to play off of OPS. Copium. Okay, it's up here. No, I'm not going there. Okay, so this is Peculiar Pipes. That's where we're going next. Up this way, if you go up that way, that's where the Explorer is. And then back that way is the place that we're going to leave. I'm just going to try to explain where the things are in relation to each other. I don't know if it's going to help at all. But I think knowing where you are in Deep Woods is important. Also, Mario will look at the correct pipe here. I should probably show that. Okay, so you see how he's facing forward, but he's looking right. There we go. I didn't convince you well enough to follow the route. Well, maybe... You know, if finishing at 6 AM doesn't convince you to follow the route, I really can't help you. Okay, usually the dino's right here, but he's going to be a little bit off on the path because I've been taking time to show things. Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, so this is the path. Right here is the tree with the pipe in it. Right up there is where the coin coffer was. And then the pond is over that way, where the moon is. Then we're getting this moon. Good, I'm glad it's helping. Then the rolling rock here, which is on the edge. Then you can kind of go along the edge, go a little bit away from it, and then you get to the purples. No, Deep Woods really is not that big. And you can kind of see the path. It's kind of dark. But like, we're right next to the path. Yeah, like you're still probably gonna get lost. But hopefully this helps. If you see it enough times like this. And also, this moon usually isn't spawned by now, but you can... If it is while you're the dino, then you might as well get it with the dino. Okay. Then we talk to the explorer guy. Deep Woods is pretty small, but the thing is, it's in a sort of jagged pentagon shape. So it's not square, like it doesn't feel like it's any normal geometric shape. So you could go along a wall and think you're somewhere and you're not. Wait, to get back to the pond, you pretty much just follow the river. But we've already gotten that moon, so it's fine. Okay, now I can use my monitor again. For this jump, 1 or 2 rocket flowers is good. Jagged pentagon, that might be a bad way to describe it. Imagine like a hexagon, but instead of 3 sides and 1 side, it's 2. It's maybe closer to that. But yeah, it's better just to know where to go moon to moon. Anyway, so 1 or 2 rocket flowers is good. Basically jump at the top of this and then vector to Toad. This might take a little practice. No, maybe it doesn't make it weirder. I think just going moon to moon is best. Until you know where you're going. Or just spend 2 hours lost in Deep Woods until you find yourself. That's what I did. Aim upright. I guess aim upright for the jump and then right after or something. Yeah. I hope people know what I mean when I say vector. Probably. Okay, well if that's what I said, I was thinking about it with the controls right in front of me then. Seems good. Oh yeah, by the way, right there, I just killed 3 of the burbos. I avoided taking damage by doing that. So that's a good thing to do, but not necessary. Well, I do have a controller, but I'm not doing the jump right now, so I can't really look at what I would do. I guess I could do it again. I would just be sent right back here. Okay. Well, let me get this right. Fine. I'm holding up. I'm holding like kind of upright, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I guess like jump upright and then hold right or something would work. Angle towards the island. Okay, this sub-area has been a menace recently because I've been going for the trick jump at the end. Which is a very bad idea. Don't do that. I've gotten better at everything else in it. Basically, the idea behind the jump there, the reason why I don't get the moon first is because I want to hit the P-switch as soon as possible. Because that starts the flower road, and then while the flower road is going, then we can get the moon. But you have to keep the camera on the flower road if you want it to keep growing. So that's how that works. If you don't want to do that, then just get the moon first, and it doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's obvious enough. Then just this jump around here. It's not that hard, but it helps to know where you're going, so just practicing that a time or two is probably a good idea before a run. Usually I would try to back this up, but I'm not going to do that today. One more thing I could maybe say for future reference. Where this red part begins is where Deep Woods ends. So if you drop down anytime after this red part begins, then you're not going to go to Deep Woods. But if it's anywhere beyond that, then you will. So dying here is okay, but just be careful if you're like in most other areas of the game. There's one other trigger zone that I'll mention later on. I'm still not convinced these coins are worth it, but I still get them. It's actually good to get them today, because I think just getting all the coins that I can today is good. I don't think I've missed any big stacks, but there's a possibility. Oh, you missed a coin hint art. Okay, I'm not surprised. Yeah, you definitely don't want to miss coin hint arts if you can. That's a lot of coins. Each one is about 1 minute. It saves about 1 minute. You might have been asleep. Okay, this is the other version of the sub area. How far does this go? Okay, that far. Good to know. I just wanted to see. Yeah, the good thing about this is that you don't really need to do anything fancy because you have Cappy. And then what I like to do at the end is this strat. I didn't think to describe it before I did it. But basically, if you stay in the air, then you can just like get big bounces off of the piranhas and just chain them together like that, and it's kind of nice. But you could capture this if you want 30 coins. That is something. I'm gonna have so many today. I know people used to do that in 100%. I don't know if it's worth it in all moons. Probably not. But if you're down coins, you might as well. Did you plant the seed and get peach while it's growing? Just so it... Oh, I wonder if that's a camera thing. I don't know. I've never thought to check it. still be short. If you died 170 times, that's 1,700 coins. Yeah, you might be short. That's a lot of coins. Maybe die less times next time. Okay, I like to uncapture here because then I can get the moon sooner. But it's a little bit sketchy sometimes. Just because if you don't get it right away, then, you know, you still have to get it in the air before you fall. Otherwise, you have to bring the seed all the way back up again. And that's a huge pain. This can be a little bit tricky as well. It takes a lot of practice, but basically the best thing to do is hit the tree above where the box is, and then just have the tree pull you down. Like, just ride the tree down. Don't touch the control stick. Okay, I can show what to do if you back this up. That's probably best. Usually, you would keep Glidon here, and then just take him all the way to this area, and then let Glidon go. But instead, if you want to back it up, I can just show that briefly. You can basically just long jump from here if you don't want to take Glidon again. Complete drops, nice. I don't like this camera angle. Okay, I like to get one rocket flower here, and then you can vector around the side. It's not far. And then we have Goombas and sheep. This is a good part of the run. Also, note that I have 7 Goombas here. If you stand in this particular spot on the fence, you can see the little diagonal part, like right there. If you stand with 7 Goombas right there, then you can make it. Otherwise, you need 8 if it's anywhere else. So standing there is good. Good part for murder. Sounds kind of violent. Wait, what am I doing? The whole point of this is a tutorial. Okay. So, stand in this corner. I got too excited to herd sheep. Stand in this corner and ground pound, and then wait for the sheep to settle in. Because like I said earlier, the sheep tracks your distance better if you just ground pounded it. So your like range of effect in the sheep is bigger. So wait a little bit in the corner and then come over here. Ground pound like right in this corner. And then now the sheep will be up there. And then you can either cap through it or you can ground pound from below. And then you can just get the sheep in. Here, I like to cap throw here. And that gets the sheep right here, and it's super convenient. If you don't do that, then just walk around, of course. This is a good sub-area to learn because you should never herd sheep the normal way. Oh, the Goomba's just waiting for me. Yeah, that might be the most important part of the run. Koopa fruit in time. Okay, that Goomba was in the way, but he's the Sheriff Goomba, that's his job. I'm gonna go until I get a 19 here. Which should be both times. $19.14. That was good. That's how the race should go. If the other one doesn't go well, just look at the first one. 19.14 is a pretty good time. I got an 18 the other day in practice. Maybe I can do that. Or maybe getting greedy will lose me time. Yep, it did. Oh, okay, I get another shot. I got too greedy and would have died. Let's try again. Oh, this is the death cycle though. This is different. I messed it up. $19.82. That would have been an 18 if it weren't for the death cycle. Okay, this sub-area is interesting because you can't see anything. Basically what I do is I do a terrain bounce here to get up to the first shard. And then from here I go diagonal. So like right here is where the rocket is. Like right below me down there. So I go diagonal from that. And it's really close. You just can't see where you're going. As long as it's diagonal, it's fine. I'm gonna show this again. Very intentional. Okay, then you get the moon. Yeah, I'll show the easier shot after. Okay, the next I'm gonna hold left, or like hold left from this angle, hold up from this angle. So I guess up left from here. And then I'm gonna cap bounce in this direction. I just missed it. Let me try it one more time. Okay. Putting it all together. Okay, there's the nut. Then I'm gonna cap bounce upwards and capture a Goomba. There we go. Okay, so that's how to do the fast strat in 3 parts. Here's the easier route. I think you get this one first. I think you're supposed to get that one next. Wait, is this right? Oh no, you still do the same job. Okay, so hold on. From the start, you get this one, then you get this one, then you get this one on top with the much easier jump. Then you still do the diagonal jump here. Then you get this. You don't need to do the long jump, you capture the Goomba. And then you get the shard. Except the long jump. You don't have to do that. I mean, I would have run the first way and that would have been fine as well. If you wanted to skip the long jump by just doing something like that to get the shard and then coming over here, that'd be fine as well. Okay. Let's move on. It's not a complete shot in the dark, and it's so lenient. Like, you can be probably 30 degrees off and still make it. If you can see it in time. Okay, so here, capture the uproot and then jump on the invader. But about here, you want to uncapture, because you can uncapture and dive and hit it again immediately. If it's any sooner, though, then you might lose the uproot, because it might get caught in the radius. The blast radius. Let me try this again. The problem is I'm going to screenshot mode not before, but right when I would push the input, and then I'm too late, and then I just screw everything up. It's happened a lot today. Okay, so that was too early because the uproot's gone. That was much too early. Well, let me do this one more time. I won't take forever on this. There we go. That's how you do it. The easiest boss fight in any Mario game. Maybe. Okay, then after these purples and the moon up top, then we can move on. I don't know if that counts as a boss. Maybe it doesn't. I feel like it does just because of the amount of hits. You need to hit it more than once. And like it has a rage phase in between. Oh, also, this is the bird cycle. This is actually very important. So, basically you want to get these moons as fast as you can because the bird is on a cycle. It's on a timer, basically, going around the kingdom. If you're fast enough, then you can get not just all this stuff, but also the timer. If you're worried about it, then skip the red maze at the start and just jump over. Get the bird and then come back. And do the red maze later. And you can't make a lot of mistakes. You can make a couple small ones. So there the bird is. I don't know if I can do timer. I think I'm gonna go for it. I'll show the bird back up in any case, so I might as well go for it. Okay, good. I'll do the bird backup for the next warp, but for now, I'll just move on. You know, I guess this feels like a boss just because it's an arena, but I don't know if I would count this. It's just a fire bro. Oh no. That's deep woods. I was gonna explain the deep woods trigger zone, but I guess we found it anyway. So this is the same place that I entered when I came in last time. I'm just gonna come out the one that I already planted so I don't have to wait for it to grow and then I'll warp. But I might as well explain the trigger zone here. So pretty much anything to my left is safe. Anything to my right is deep woods. I think if I ground pound like right here, it might not be, but it'd be close. It's about right here. Okay. Anyway, I was right here. I was supposed to go to flooded pipes. Do I trust my Joy-Cons? I think I might. I'm gonna try. Okay, I guess that was a mistake. Never trust your Joy-Cons. And I'm just gonna wait for the water to be the same cycle, which is actually right here. Okay, never mind. I'm getting way too many input drops. This room is nice with Joy-Cons just oh my. It's nice with Joy-Cons just because of down throws. But it's not nice if you only get half of your inputs. I guess I could show what to do without Joy-Cons, how to get the purples. Usually you can beat those fuzzies, that was a little bit slow. Okay, whatever. I should show this one more time. That was not a good example. Like that. You know. Okay, moving on. This next one is Breakdown Road, but it's the much easier version. This is the one where people say that they didn't realize you could just use Cappy, because they're thinking of Dark Side. I probably should have used Cappy there. And then basically the goal of this is to get to this bottom platform as soon as possible, because that's when this one starts to spawn. Who would do that? Everyone who hasn't played this game a lot. It's a very easy mistake to make. Okay, then this is the last warp. Well, the last major warp, I guess. That triple jump might be a little bit hard for some people. If that's the case, then you can just get it right when you come out of the painting, which is right above me. Oh. I was trying to show that. That's a mage. You can get the nut right out of the painting, and then you can just do the timer challenge normally. The painting is like right up there. That was close. This is easier with the uproot. Might be worth it for some people. I guess this fire bro. Always capture from behind, never from in front. No. If you capture the fireball from in front, sometimes a fireball hits him and he dies to his own fireballs. Which doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, you don't want to kill it until after you get the moon. You have to extract the value first, and then you can kill him, because then he doesn't matter anymore. I hope no one's taking life advice from this. Since I got 2 extra purples, I'm going to skip those 2 purples there. But you should have 77 here. And then 80 here. Once you have 80, you're good. You can go to the shop. We already got that in Wooded 1. And then make sure you do not buy the scientist hat. That will cost you either 1,000 coins or 20 extra purples in another kingdom, and it's a huge pain. So don't buy the scientist hat. It'll cost you minimum 500 coins, I should say. It could be 1,000. I hope you're not writing this down. Actually, most of what I'm saying is good to write down. Not the part about extracting value and then leaving for dead. I missed the split again. How's the pace? Plus an hour? Okay. Yeah, this is still going at like a 9:30 pace. The deaths were unintentional? Which ones? Oh no. I have to manipulate this rabbit back to its original... Oh. You know, I'm just gonna die and then come back. Okay, don't copy this. I need to try to get this rabbit properly. Okay, so basically just roll at this angle, and then the rabbit can't do anything. Easy. Hopefully so. It'll also help to do another run. Also, this will be on YouTube, assuming that my recording is fine, which it should be. And if it's on YouTube, then you can just look whenever at some specific part. I'm gonna timestamp everything and look tutorials and all that. Anyway, so this can be done two ways. One way is a vault, which would be like this. I'm just gonna die and then show the other side. The other way is a triple jump, which is faster, but harder. Okay, I didn't get my homing cap throw. I triple jumped too far away from the edge, which is why that happened. There we go. And then there is a faster way through this island, but getting the checkpoint loses about 1 second. And it just kind of ensures that everything else is gonna cost a lot less if you mess it up. So I would recommend doing this route. Soon TM, let's go. I think you said 2 weeks. I should be around to be in call. If you want your replacement VC PowerPoint instead of looking at the actual one. For the full one, let's go. Yeah, sure. I should be around. How do you go fast in this game? You roll. What's up, Allison? How are you? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be streaming that day. I might just do the same thing as last time. But yeah, I'll be around. I don't anticipate having anything on that day. Things are good. I think it's been good so far. Okay, so for this, you want to triple jump wide. and then throw the seed straight in. I'll do that one more time. That's all it is. You can also take it to the flower below, but that's slower. Yeah, I think not being hungover for that long of a stream is probably a good idea. Yeah, I did Flagon. That's the faster route, so that's just what I did today. I think I did everything fast today. I don't think I have any slower routes besides, I guess, Outfit Club. So this is pretty up to date. Then make sure you hit the dog there, because the dog is going to go off and spend some time digging. And if you can be digging this whole time while you're in town, that's a good thing. And like anything in the 50s works here. There's an end of your party the day before. Well, you could just go and not get super drunk. Is that not an option? Can you not go to a party and not get drunk? So for this drum, I use X and A. Just hold Cappy out, jump down, look at the hint art right as you land, and then warp back. If you mess up anything, then you might miss it, but that's not that big of a deal. Okay, so like I clipped the edge there, and I missed the drum, so I could just go like this. It's not that bad. Don't talk to Luigi. You'll be the odd one out. Does everybody always get drunk at all of these parties? Alright, I guess it's an end of the year one, so maybe that's a little bit more. Can you not just like hold a beer and like have one or two or something throughout the night? Maybe they could tell you're sober. I don't know. Were sheep born with sombreros? I have to believe they were. They stick on pretty good. Unless Bowser came around and glued them on. Oh, if no one you know is going, then yeah, that's fair. Okay, for this drum, basically just jump from here, throw Cappy over, and then dive to the key, and then Cappy will just summon. This might mess up my cycles though, since I spent so long on that. Okay, hold on. So I usually go on this path. There are two different paths. I can try to remember the other one. Why'd that mess up your cycle? I'll go through again and show. Yeah, knowing where the floors is important. Do you see way off in the distance those platforms are moving? I'm jumping on those. So, yeah, that's why. I don't know if I remember the other way of doing this that doesn't involve that. I think I better not try. No, don't learn my strat. There's a better way to do it. I can try to remember. My strat just depends on consistent movement. I don't remember how to do this. I probably shouldn't be trying to teach it when I don't know how to do it myself. But anyway, it's fine just to do this. Just stand on the edge, throw Cappy out, and when Cappy stops, then you know that you've hit a wall. So there's a wall there. Then I just walk until I fall back on. Okay. There's another wall, and so on. And then once you're here, there's a platform here, there's one here, and then there's one here. And then you can long jump to the end. So you can at least speed up the end part. Once you're here, the bird cycle does begin, but the bird is super easy. The bird should never be an issue in sand. Worst case, if you like see the bird passing by, then you can always just uncapture Blackatu. Or if you're not even there yet, you can just get the bird first. But there's always going to be enough time. The bird actually takes a full lap around the oasis and then comes back. So even if you miss it the first time, you can still catch it on the second time, but it is a little bit trickier on the second. It takes a slightly different path that's harder to grab. Okay, one more thing about things in this area. Once I go over this hill, I'm going to start seeing the bird in the wasteland. And the bird will move as long as it's on camera. So you'll kind of develop a camera setup to make that consistent at least. And you can kind of figure out how to get that bird. It does happen during trace walking too, so it's important to kind of know where the bird is if you want to do it the same every time. That is a good question. So it depends. Sometimes you can tell by checking the moon count when you leave through the Odyssey, but obviously you don't do that every time. Sometimes early in the painting chain you can tell how many moons are in your inventory, and you can compare that to the number in the PowerPoint. And then in places like after Wooded, you won't necessarily know, and so you just have to check the moon list. The moon list should say the number that's in the PowerPoint, so like I think Sand would say, leaving Sand you should have 83 out of 89. And then you can check the moon list and see if you have 83 out of 89. And if you don't, then you know you're missing something. So you can just check basically as you leave. About backing it up, it kind of depends. It depends on what the mood is. Sometimes you have to make a full kingdom visit, or just get it like right when you notice. If you happen to still be in the kingdom. Sometimes you can route it in so it's a little bit better. It really depends. The earlier you notice, the better, though, because that means you have time to fix your route. Okay, did I just went right by the bird. Yeah, so ideally you'd have someone in chat who knows what's going on and can help you route it in if you don't know. If not, then you can just do another kingdom visit. Just get it later. I mean, you can. Google is a good resource. I also have a bot. I guess that's not publicly available, but if I'm streaming, you can use my bot. You can also talk to Talkatoo. As funny as that sounds, or talk to the hint toad. But I think Google is probably the best way to do that. Because also Talkatoo would be in Chinese, and most people don't speak Chinese. But missing a moon is a very common occurrence, especially when you're starting out. Like, it wouldn't be crazy to have somebody missing like 5 or 10 moons. It'll just happen. It's not a bad thing. I think mostly when people run all moons, there's usually, at least when I've been there, there's often somebody there who kind of knows all moons, at least at some point. I guess it depends on a lot of things, but it's not uncommon. So I think if you're lucky, or if you know someone, it could very well happen. For this, you need basically as much height as you can possibly get. So jump, and then fly, and then shake pretty carefully. Shake quite a lot. You can't be too high for that moon. Just take them hostage? I mean, you could. But if you take them hostage, they might be angry at you and not want to help you. I think the smarter way is just to deceptively befriend them. Just pretend you're their friend and then leech off of all their knowledge, and then, you know, you can just take advantage of them. I feel like that's also more humane. And also easier and less expensive. Because if you take someone hostage, you have to feed them. You have to think practically here. If you befriend them, that's basically the same as taking them hostage, but they're paying for their own food. If you miss purple coins, that is another good question. So, some kingdoms you have to get all of them, and there's not really a good backup. You just have to find the ones you're missing. And in that situation, it would really help to have somebody who knows what they're doing in chat. Because it's kind of a pain to look through an entire list or something. If it's in a kingdom where there's a lot of extras, then you can just get a couple extras. If you're worried about missing them, just grab them along the way. If you see 3 purples that aren't that far out of the way, then just grab them. But, yeah, I mean, usually in the kingdoms where you don't grab them all, there are 3 that are easy enough to find. I'm assuming you're not going to be missing that many. But, yeah, I mean, you can find them. Hopefully it's in a kingdom where you don't need all of them. If you're missing a ridiculous amount, then maybe it's better to back it up a different way, but it's probably easier. You shouldn't be missing that many. Purple coins are important. Okay. Yeah, there wasn't anything special there. I guess the cactus moon is the one thing. You can send the cactus over the edge if you're not careful. So just be careful to hit it to where it would still land on normal ground. Okay, this sub-area is made a lot easier if you do it quickly. And I'll show you why in a minute. I guess not a lot easier, but better. Make sure you get the key and then come up here. The island is sinking, and so if you're fast, then you can just vector straight to the moon pretty much. Kinda like that. With a better vector. I'm looking back at this message. You said they would need coffee and stuff. Did you have anyone in particular in mind to be taking hostage? The fact that you specified coffee is making me wonder. Worry about not having enough coins on the way to buy stuff. Coins are not tight. If you grab the coins that you see along your way, then it should be fine. If you die a lot, like a ton, you might have... Wait, I'm going the wrong way. If you die a ton, you might have problems, and then you just coin grind in Bowser's at the end. The numbers should be in the PowerPoint. I think that's all pretty clear. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I'm sure Libra meant Joe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the only one. Alright, moving on to Sand Koopa free running. This is probably the easiest one. I think pretty much anyone can get under 30 here. For me, this should be low 28s. Have you not gotten under 30? I think you could. What's up, Marlon? Thank you for the good luck. I didn't think it'd be that bad, but my throat is starting to get a little bit tighter, so I think I need to drink more water. I don't think I've ever talked this much in 7 hours in my life. But it's been good so far, I think. Yeah, better hurry up and finish if I want to keep my voice. That might be good. Round 2. I'm that far behind. Welcome back, TJ. This is more than 60% for sure. I'm expecting like a 9.5 hour time, so I guess like 3 more hours. Yeah, I was expecting to be more behind than this. I guess I'm not very good at going slow for commentary. What's your time, Marlon? $9:24. I don't know. It depends on how much I talk. If my voice starts giving out, then I might be going faster. Any sheep for ears in chat? It's faster to go back to the scarecrow if you're fast enough. But you have to get there really fast to make it better to do that. That's a good question. I would for them otherwise. I probably would, but this kind of solidifies it. Okay, I definitely would with these sheep. But thank you, Tuesday, for confirming this. We're good. I just want to feel justified in my sheep abuse. I don't know if that's abuse, actually. Abuse implies that you're using them for the wrong purpose. Maybe I'm feeling especially benevolent towards sheep today. Oh wait, I should talk about this. So, there are 2 ways to get up here, but there are 300 coins up there, so it is kind of important. There's a fast way and a slow way. The fast way is like this. And you basically just want to dive as parallel to this wall as you can, so you don't bonk. And then you can get up like that. The other way is like this. It's just the triple jump. Okay, and then here I like to go to the middle and then long jump out to this one because that bullet is following me. And then you want to go like as far on this platform as you can because then it makes the spin a lot easier. Also, generally whenever you use bullets, hold Y for 2 shakes, 1 or 2 shakes, and then just shake after that. Let go of Y. No, you don't need to do that, but it makes it easier. You capture the bullet before it hits the platform. You can do that. That's fair. I guess that would be faster. If you're worried about it, capture it far. If you're not, then you can take it a little bit better. I need some more water. Oh wait, shoot. This is on the cycle. Not yet. Okay, so this cycle's not tight, but if you mess up anything, like if you balk or something, it might be kind of awkward. Just like that. And then that allows you to get the purples here super easily. I should show one thing besides this. Let me get my water. Okay. If you happen to die pretty deep into the sub area, one backup you can do is this here. Let me get a vault. I didn't get my rainbow spin. Yeah, the backup said die twice, and then you can do it. It sets the cycle to be correct. No, that's a joke. Don't die twice. I don't know if people are taking this seriously. I need to meme less today. Okay, it's like that. Alright. Then just shopping, easy stuff, and then dram at the end. No, it's not that hard. If you want to go backwards to save time, then yes, it's hard. But no. Just the vault itself is fine. Then here, buy everything but the last souvenir, and don't buy the cowboy. Cowboy is for Lake later on. I think I might take a very short break before I go to Metro. Wait, why is Likey House so small in the screen chat? That's funny. Oh yeah, definitely go up top there. It's way better. The Pluto strat. Okay, this drum can be kind of hard. So basically, like, once I get close enough, that bullet's gonna spawn down there. And you want to hit the box. Basically, I'm gonna ground pound on the box, and then I'm gonna roll. And you have to do everything from there on pretty quickly. I'm just gonna do it, I think. I didn't show the backup, but I think it's pretty obvious. If you don't want to do any of the drums, then there's a different way that I can talk about. I feel like I've turned around pretty slow with the bullet. Yeah, okay. Okay, so basically if you don't want to do the drum, hit the crate, drop down here, and then get this moon if you didn't get it earlier in sand. If you don't want to do sand drum number 1. And then you can get back up and get the crate moon up there. The crate moon is up there. That being said, I want to show the drum properly. So what was wrong there was the bullet didn't turn fast enough because I took a bad angle. I'm just gonna pretend I got it. Oh, that's not gonna work. Try again. Usually I shake there to boost, but also to home Capian on the bullet behind me. I don't know if you can hear the sound effect. Maybe I should be playing with audio today. Okay, so now the bullet hat is gone. There we go. That's how to do it. So basically stall while the bullet's turning, and then dive into the moon, but leave Cappy up top, and then just do it like that. Okay. Yeah, if you don't want to do this drum, it might just be better not to do either. And then just do what I said and get the moons down below all at once. But yeah, not the biggest deal. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'd make tea or something for my throat, but I think I'm just... Oh, I don't have any tea. It's fine. My headache has been better. It's kind of lurking. But it's mostly gone. Okay, this is scooter clip. Basically here, you want to line up against the wall like this, or against the next one, and then turn your controller all the way 90 degrees, or more, and then right as you pass the moon, you want to flick into the moon. Like that. I don't have a webcam, but this is like the one time where that would matter. I mean, I guess I do have a webcam, but I'm not going to show it. I don't know how my computers would be anyway. Anyway. Okay, then there are two ways to get this moon. Up the fire escape is faster. Like that. I'll show the other way as well. The way I used to do. Triple jump, spin pound, double jump dive, and then you get the moon. I would say the second way is easier, but they're both not bad. I don't know how this grew down. I'm a little confused. Last time I checked, plants don't grow downwards. Doesn't BP do a stupid way for that moon? I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what it is. I don't think I've seen it. Yeah, the platform tilts based off of time. So it doesn't make much of a difference. You'll notice I changed the camera there. That's so that I don't only grab the coins and not the moon. Because sometimes the moon doesn't spawn in time. But I'll point out this backup here. If you do miss the moon, you can just vault like this. And then you can get the moon. I don't know why I didn't get a cap jump. Cool. Yeah, Libro, I tried this again today, and I still couldn't get it. I'm still dumbfounded. I don't think I went backwards in time, GJ. Unless I went back a whole day. Maybe it was like... Oh, you know what? I think it might have been 11 something on my Switch, and then I changed it to 12 something. So I guess I just restarted the whole day. Or something. Oh, maybe I should explain that too. Basically, fling straight out into the void and then angle towards the island. It's a lot easier than it looks. Well, I guess I made it look pretty easy. Oh, I can show the new strat here. Heck. The thing is, the cycle is different if you die, so I'm just gonna go back. I want to show the strat because it's pretty cool. Okay, so you get up here. Good. I'm gonna make the cycle. Oh, I made it by a long shot. Okay, that's the fast way of doing this. Now I'll show this the normal way, I guess. If you don't want to do it like that. Looks easy enough. Yeah, it's not bad. Most of it is making the cycle. I'll show what I mean by that in a second. Also, you skip getting the purples that way, so you have to get some extras, but that's not bad. So the problem with the strat is mostly just this part. Getting a double jump here with the roll is a little bit harder. Like that. If you don't do it quickly, then it might not work out. You might not make the cycle. I get the 3 in bullet building instead. The route currently calls for either the 3 in bullet building or the 3 right outside, and I just get both. Oh no. Can't you make it with, what? Yeah, I'm confused at how you'd use a long jump there, because it's way higher. You have to go to a platform much taller than where you are. I mean, I can try it. Oh wait, so here, if you're worried about coins, then get these. I never get them, but you could. I never thought of wall jumping on that, I think. I don't know. I mean, maybe with the wall jump? You need a lot of height, though. I don't think a long jump would be good there. Yeah, if you jump over the fence, then you can make it work still. And you can also do like a triple jump or something. You just might, if you're slow at all at any point, then you might miss the cycle. But if you're not worried about missing the cycle, then yeah, just triple jump. That's the best way. Maybe I should go back and show that. A backflip should work, I think. The problem is that you don't have momentum, but I think it might be okay. You can also just do the normal way. But I guess you're asking because you don't want to do the normal way. The triple can be on the fence. But even if you go over, you can still save yourself. Okay, here, this clip is super easy. All you do is run directly right and spin throw while holding right. That's it. And then here, X and A is good. Just hold X and then use A to talk. And then home in. True, hours are just gonna come anyway. The seconds you have to work for. Oh shoot, I keep forgetting that I should be jump farming at some point. I guess I could do half in Bowser's, half in Mushroom or something. Or I could do half somewhere else. Here, follow the lines. That's the most important thing. Just know which lines are the purples and then follow those to kind of guide you. I don't need to split it up, but I don't think that I can mash fast enough for 2 minutes straight instead of 1. I guess I'm showing a lot of extra things, so I don't know how many jumps I'm gonna actually need. My controller's used to it, I think. Okay. Here you could do sewer clip if you wanted to. Maybe I'll try it a couple times just to show. Oh wait, but first, let me stop heating my coffee up. Warm liquid is supposed to be good for your throat, right? So I should just have more coffee. Okay, so this basically has to be a super fast roll cancel. I'll give this like 4 more. Okay. This clip is potentially the hardest in the run. Very few people go for it. Coffee makes it worse for you? Oh. Well, I guess I'll try it and see. Because they say tea is supposed to help, right? But what is coffee except for, like, ground up beans? It's basically the same thing. Coffee basically is tea. Ground up beans or ground up leaves? What's the difference? I'm not sure I have a point here, but I like making it. Okay. For this one, basically just go as far as you're comfortable with. You just want to make sure you can still cap bounce to the moon, of course. And then drop back down. What's up, Sly? Full commentary. Well, almost full. My voice is about at 80% at the moment. And it's quickly declining. So I need to finish this quickly, or it won't actually be full commentary. Perfect hostage. I thought we agreed that You just need a deceptive friendship instead. It's basically the same thing, but cheaper. You have to make the person a willing hostage. There has to be some strategy involved. Have I not been drinking enough water? I've had more. Oh, I wasn't. Cool. These answers are randomized. There are 10 different questions. The answers are always in the same order though, so you can look at the question and you can look at the answer and you know what's being asked. I have the answers memorized, or maybe I secretly speak Chinese. It's one of the two. That would involve making a friend. Ooh, good point. That would involve doing things like movie nights. Okay, I've been working on this summary for a while. This movement is too fast for me to properly explain it. Let me try this again. Sly, I don't have the first clue as to what that means. It probably says you don't speak Chinese. Okay, so here I do a spin pound. And then I do a dive onto this, except for not blocking. And then I do a roll cancel into the wall, and I delay the jump so that it's a roll cancel jump. Or like a cap return jump. And then I do a Shireen bounce here. Okay, well I guess you found me out. I don't actually speak Chinese. Accidentally end up liking movies. This hostage situation isn't going as planned. Okay, one other strat here you can do. You can land here and then you can backflip. This one's a little bit slower, I think, but it also works. Still good. And the good thing about the backflip is even if you hit the ceiling, you can still make it up. Also, I didn't comment on the death, but I've been dying a lot to like reset things. And also not to reset things. Also because I'm overthinking. Well, I think if you're gonna choose a hostage, you probably should choose one that's not across an entire ocean from you. I think that's a good start. You could practice on your brother. You have 100k points, let's go. Oh, sheep points, that's right. There's no cool sheep emote? Wait, you mean for the points? Oh yeah, okay. Dude, I should make that. That's perfect. Okay, to get these purples without Joy-Cons, just get them there and then do the vault here. like that. If you have Joy-Cons, you can do a down throw, but I don't know. That's harder and it's probably similar speed. That would be great. I should do that. That would be amazing. You need the perfect hostage. I guess your brother doesn't drink coffee and doesn't read all the moons. It's 1 second. But, so I saw a clip from Pluto and he did it extremely fast. The way that I just showed off with the vault. I don't know if it's faster. That's not gonna work. Oh, okay. You can't let him keep you hostage. Yeah, I mean, I know it's faster than what we used to do for those purples, but the up throw with the vault was... It looked really fast to me. That was a pretty recent clip. You could probably find it pretty easily. Okay, let me get a better time this time. It'd be good if I paid attention. What's my time on that one? 1699. I'm gonna get a low 16 here. I want to show this in one continuous segment. $1661, that's fine, whatever. If jump cap throw is faster than buffer cap throw, can you do a buffer cap throw? Okay, well if that works, that might be faster. I mean, can you do that and still make the rest of the movement work? Okay. Yeah, so, sure. We're probably talking about like 1/10 of a second. I should probably mention the end of this area. It's very easy to get sniped by the hammers. So you just want to go super wide. As long as your angular acceleration relative to the pan bros is high, then they won't be able to catch up to you. You know, I think that was the first physics term that I've used all day. I'm kind of impressed. I thought it'd be a lot worse. I was actually thinking about starting the stream with like a physics definition. That was a legitimate idea I had. Because I thought I was going to be using these terms a lot because they're very useful. It's probably good that I didn't. Okay, well, angular acceleration is just like imagine normal acceleration, but instead of measuring distance, you're measuring angle. So your angle is changing relative to the pan bro, and so the pan bro shoots at you like from one direction, and then you're already in a different place by the time it gets there. That's the idea. I think I'm the wrong person for this. Okay, anyway, one thing I should point out here, the bird is pretty tight. You don't have much time. What I like to do is, I just come over here, and then I jump on the high part of the taxi, because that's going to get me the height for the bird. And then I cap bounce through the bird. I was a little bit late there. But you have to cap bounce through the bird from that height in order to hit it. Otherwise it might not work. If you're too low, then you'll just go below, and it won't. Yeah. That's true. You have to make sure your position and your height are right. Well, I guess height is part of position. I got 3 extra purples in one of the sub areas, which is why I'm at 55. But you usually want to be at 53, or 58 and 55. Also, it's RC car time. No, you won't die to getting the bird. You just have to restart the bird by going back in notes and then coming out again. I can also put the physics definitions in my description. I was already going to put the tutorials that I've referenced, but I think tutorials, timestamps, and I guess some physics definitions. Have I said anything else physics related? $23.97. Oh no, Cooper Furnival was close. Dangerously close. Okay. Pirate here. Then here you don't buy the golf outfit for the same reason as other kingdoms is 55. Yeah. You want to learn how to do it for Takatu? That's so hard though, isn't it? I don't know how people just magically get like 2 Mario Links of height over me. If people could do it consistently, I would think that you wouldn't even use an upward in any percent. I don't know if that could be faster. Maybe not. Maybe a fast upward is good enough. Just become a trick jumper. With the amount of used snapshot mode this stream, you'd think I am. My only saving grace is that I messed up the trick jump in Cascade a couple times. Those failures are what separate me from that community. Moroi time? Yep. That's right, you did do that. That sounds like a follower emote. Okay, also here. This guy's on a cycle, and so the faster you do the first part, the better placement you're gonna get with him. So this is a good spot right here. But if you wait too long, then he's gonna get way out there. Also, you can save about a second by doing this. If you don't want to do that, just capture the taxi normally. This way is so much more fun. Second shard can be got just with a cap throw into the taxi's window. The one up there can be gotten with a tank shot. It's pretty precise, but you can do it. If you don't want to get it there, you can always just get it when you jump up to the moon in a brief second. I don't think you need any help keeping up the pretense that you can't spell. Oh wait, I forgot to mention, yeah, that jump at the end, you know, I should go back and do that. Okay, no, I'm just gonna capture the taxi normally. I already did the other way. Libra, that's a joke. I don't think that's a word. Pre and post are like prefix opposites. So you'd think that post tense would be a word, if pre tense is a word, but it's not. No, you got it right. Okay, so after you get all the shards and everything, instead of doing the jump that I did, which is pretty tight. Oh wait, no, you have to wall jump. Hold on. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, so you wall jump here. And then you can get the moon here. Okay, good. You don't have to wall jump. So I was looking at my monitor and my monitor is so dark that I couldn't really tell where the wall was. So I believe it. It's some trick jump stuff? Okay. Well, wall jumping is good. Alright, this sub-area has a couple things that you can do. So no matter what, you go to the purples first. You could go back around, but this is better. Doing it this way. And then the reason you land here is that you want to get your cat bounce back, because that'll be important. Because you need it for this. And I'm gonna get this and then die just so I can show one other alternative. So you start the same way, you get the purples. And then this time I'm just gonna wall jump. Because it does make it a little bit more lenient. I love that movement when it goes well. Okay. And then you leave through the pipe. Yeah, the sub-area is so nice. I don't know how many hours I've put into learning that, but I'm glad that I did. When I was doing Lake Isles, I probably messed it up like 20% of the time. Or maybe more. But I got better. Okay. Next thing is the bird. This bird isn't hard as long as you get it right away. It's not really hard after that either, but it's kind of a pain to chase down. So doing this is probably a good thing. Once you get up here, basically just long jump and land on the far pillar. Don't even worry about the bird, just land on the far pillar. And then you'll just get the moon. To get the bird, don't think about the bird. Oh, we got another fun sub-area coming up. This might be my favorite in the game. It's risen to become a contender. This triple jump is a little bit tight. And then, of course, the cycle is bad. Like, oh my. I didn't get to show the strat that I wanted to, so I tried for it and didn't get it. Like, sub-areas in general are pretty great. Okay, there. I got the spin, so now I can do my... Heck. You know, I'm not doing this. I'll just do the normal way. Yeah, the triple is so nice. And you can even do a better one. You can do it like that. That's a lot tighter though. Well, you can work up to it. It's all about getting the first part consistent so you can make the right cycle. Alright, Koopa free running. This is a good one. If I don't get an 18 either time, then I'm just gonna go until I get an 18. That's my cutoff. Because of that, I don't think this is an 18. Rare. Try again. Okay. I did a couple things wrong there. So that's a bad model of what to do. This one will be better. Nope. That was good until then. I realized I didn't go over this when I was in Lake 1. Basically, you just want to get a cap return jump and then use that height. If you have maximal height, then it's fine. If you don't have maximal height, you might need to wall jump. The Goombas are always out to get you, but you can always avoid them if you're... Well, you can almost always avoid them. I was pretty close there. Has the pace. Alright. Maybe not quite 930, but that's fine. And you'll see here that I don't shake if I can help it. Whereas I had to shake for the purples. But basically, if you can move through something instead of shaking to pause your momentum, that's better. That applies to the Seaside Fish Club moons as well. Like, if you can get something without shaking, it's better. But that's not always possible. I'm gonna show off the fast purple strat here instead of getting the moon. Not that that looks like anything special. You basically just fall the way down instead of falling onto the platform and then falling down. Sounds good. I was about to give a physics explanation for that, but I think... I don't know if it would help. You don't want to fall twice. Maybe the physics explanation would have helped someone. But probably not. Okay. Anything? I'm really tempted to go for the moon clip, but it doesn't... I think it loses time, so I probably shouldn't. This is a bad time to do that. Make sure you keep the fish pretty far away from Toad, just because if the fish is too close, then Toad can freak out. Even if the fish can't come in his little bubble and hurt him, he's still scared of it. This one grew down too. Man, I went too far. Okay. That's not how you do good DSTA menuing, by the way. Okay, this jump is a little bit hard. Because the camera changes and because you're on such a low ceiling. Let me get this. So basically a low ceiling triple jump, you want to delay the dive onto Cappy. Kind of like that, that was better. Oh my. Well, now I can show the backup. The backup is just getting on that, and then like that. Perhaps easier. You can also triple from the ground, but that's hard. Comparatively. This is a fun sub area. Anyone can do this part. Just long jump over, and then cap bounce in the fog. As long as you're going kind of the right direction, then you can save it. The other part's a little bit harder, but it is much easier than it looks. I like to long jump to here. You can also long jump to the middle, and then go around or something, if you're worried about it. And then of course there's the invisible block jump. You can also go around here, by the way. If you don't want to do invisible block jump, then just go around from here. I think I might just show the normal strat as well, because this might be significant. Okay, I'm gonna go back and show that. So this is the easy way. Instead of jumping there, just go here. I don't know if that's worth it. It might be. Depending. And then you can just go around like this. Something like that. Alright, next is Space Lady. This might actually be bad because I have to spin pound here. It's probably fine. Okay. I think that's gonna work. Oh, I did that right for once. It feels so good. I'm clipping that. I delayed a little bit on the backflip, but that's how you do that movement. I've been wanting to do that right for so long, and I just haven't gotten a clip. So we got a Twitter clip out of this. Let's go. A gold and a Twitter clip. That's better than a normal run. Maybe I should always do this. Okay, here it's important to remember the Luigi art. It's right in the middle of this big one. The big stone on the ground. I feel like that's a pretty easy one to forget. And then we're done with Lake. Dang. Oh, you know what? I found that this movement is just as easy, or just as fast, and it's also easy. You can just dive. So I think I should just do that from now on. Instead of my cool roll cancel ground pound. Anyway, on to Luncheon, which is debatably the hardest post-game split. And here, throwing Cappy out is probably the best way. Spin throw slots is possible in 5, but it's almost impossible. Not worth it. Unless you already know how to do it. Okay, because I'm not doing the outfit clip route, I have to change to mechanic now. I probably should have mentioned that in Lake 1 and Lake 2. I guess I'm just assuming that people aren't going to be doing that. It's a hard clip, and it doesn't save enough for almost anyone. Chances are nobody watching this video all the way through will be using that clip. To be fair, I've shown other things that people probably shouldn't be doing either. But I feel like that's the hardest trick in the run. Okay, what's next? Really nothing until Hand Bros, I guess. I don't know. A lot of this movement is pretty easy. Which is kind of nice. Make sure you get the purples here, especially for any percent runners who just zoom past them every time. Very easy to forget. I guess I could mention this. So basically there's small slopes in the lava. They're kind of hard to see. Basically, if you land on a slope and then jump off of it, then you can get up here, because that gives you extra height. If you don't, then you can also just go around here. That's easy too. Okay, and then these are the backup purples for the narrow path ones in Luncheon 1. Most people will need to get them there. It's probably a good idea. Alright, and then turnip juggling is a little bit tricky. Just make sure to keep the turnip alive above all else. The turnip matters more than Mario. Okay, and then set up for this jump. I usually throw the turnip from here with the shake. Long jump, double jump, and pick up the turnip after the second, and then triple jump. Actually, no, pick it up after the first. Just like that. Yes. Don't let Mario die. That's kind of a given, I think. If Mario dies, the turnip dies with him. And the turnip matters above all else. What in the world just happened? Hold on. I need to see this. I'm so confused. The turnip died on a bean. Okay, well, if you don't want to do the jump, this is what you do. You get the turnip and then you jump back for the Penbro. I guess I didn't realize that turnips can't, or that Penbros can't fall on beans and survive. Yeah. I didn't think Penbros were that weak. Oh, this is good to talk about. I usually jump off of this pillar right here because that allows me to. The rabbit still doesn't see me, so I can just come from above. You can see the angry face descending upon the rabbit. But yeah, basically just do that every time, and then you'll get the rabbit. It's so much better than having to chase it around. And honestly, I'm just gonna get the purples as a Penbro today. Okay. No, that feels too slow, never mind. I need to find a better way to get those purples. I thought I on-screened it for long enough. I guess not. That's funny. Make sure you on-screen that moon before diving into it. So the Penbro was killed by a bean and Mario was killed by a moon that existed but didn't exist. Anyway. Here, I like to capture this one because you can capture this one before it falls down, but as it turns out, it's not faster. This one's actually faster. And then here, make sure you jump at the edge, but not the very edge, because then you can get up here. And then from here, you can jump up here. You need to use all the height from this lava bubble. Like, if you look at how tall it can jump, that's basically what you need to get over to the top platform. If you don't want to do that, I'll show the better backup for this sort of thing. You can come in here, you can uncapture, get the moon, and then just capture another one of these. That'll still work. And then here, it's actually faster to land in the lava and then jump out. When I timed it, it was the same speed as the best uncapture in the air. Just don't bonk. There are a lot of ways to do that. That's fine. That's why I land, yeah. Stupid autocorrect. Why didn't it correct lava to water? Or water to lava? Yeah, that is why. It's not faster, but it's not. It's a better way to get the fastest result. Oh, that's another thing with the extension. The what do you call them? The shortcut words? Like you type TY and then it corrects to thank you kind of thing. That's something we could also do. I keep forgetting about that. That would be super easy. Your song 4 is faster and better. Don't do song 46. Oh, okay. That's fair. Oh, this is a fun subway. I've been messing with this a lot recently. So this is the fastest way that I found. You have to do an early spin throw there so Cappy doesn't get stuck in the piranha. Yeah. Dang, Cappy got eaten. That was almost perfect. One day. One day I'll get that perfect and then I'll post it to Twitter. What if you like 46 better? Well, if you want to be unoptimal, that's not my problem. Wait, actually it is. If I'm in call, that means... Okay. That means I have to watch this. Anyway, Koopa for inning. This start is definitely the way to go. I used to do different starts. You can keep me hostage by being slow. I guess that would work. It's not like I even have the excuse of going to bed because you're 6 hours later. Okay, I'm gonna do this right one time. I'm just gonna finish this one though. It did work last time. Except when I was busy not setting my apartment on fire. That's a huge exaggeration. Well, I guess not, but I wasn't setting my apartment on fire. There we go, that's how to do it. And here, basically, if you jump from pretty far back and then spin through above the dark line, that's how you get it. Cappy just warps up to the fork. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you were still trying things and trying things and such. But that's what I do too. I definitely don't just take every moon how I've always done it. Because what fun is that? It's no fun. Okay, for this triple jump, just make sure you have a lot of momentum, and then you can make it with one bounce. If you miss it, or if you have a bad triple jump, then you can still make it with two. You try to do that less. That might not be a bad thing. Yeah, I don't know. Experimentation is good, but I think also learning what's fast and sticking to what's fast is also good. An epsilon greedy learning rate, if anyone speaks reinforcement learning. Dang, Brim isn't here. It was worth a try. For anyone who's very confused, the idea behind an epsilon gritty learning rate is that your machine will explore more in the beginning, and it'll try a bunch of new things, and then as it kind of figures out what's good, then it explores less and less and just does what it knows more and more. That's kind of the idea. This is just how I've been thinking this summer. Everything is in terms of reinforcement learning. Okay, anyway. What's up, Yoshi64? Thank you for the good luck. For this mode, it's better to overshoot than undershoot, because you can always correct down, but you can't correct up. That might just take a couple tries for starting runners. I missed the purples. Okay, and if you're gonna do the fast strat, you would like 3 health here. If you're not going to do it, then you don't need to worry about it. I think I could have made it. This is what I do to be safe, but I think I could have made it that time. $48.83 without the shortcut, which is a PB. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Yeah, this is pretty legendary. I got a 53.4 today and I was pretty happy. By the way, for that room, if you don't want to do that strat, then you just take the casual way. The boring platform and just capture the farm. I should mention that just in case people think they have to do that. I forgot the movement here. Hold on. Okay, so you start down here. You're supposed to go over here. Do this instead. My muscle memory got the best of me. Played .01 off sub for the last 2 splits. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Oh, so the last 2 laps are actually the same. Interesting. They always feel different to me, because you come in with different bounds, but maybe you don't. I always come in with different bounds. Slightly different. 7x is possible, dang. Yeah, that's fair. Interesting, so they are actually the same to the 100th. For the sub area, you can basically just run straight through the tomatoes like that. Sometimes you don't even need as many as I use. As long as you're fast, then they're all in good spots. This sub-area is a bit trickier. There's kind of a lot you can do here. The first thing is getting the top fire bro to light this lantern by itself. And that's just by coming around the side, like I did. You kind of have to go fast, but you basically just come around like that. I'm not showing this very well. You basically just like come as far out into the sub-area this way as possible, as soon as you can. If you don't get it though, then you can just get it from here. That's fine. I missed. Heck. Wow, so you've gotten some good runs. Pretty nice. Oh my gosh. You're supposed to get it the first time. And if not the first time, the second time. There we go. It's not that hard. So something about the acceleration of the fireballs? No, there's not. It's more about the height at which you throw them with the pen, bro. Oh wait, I just kind of skimmed over that jump. So I like to roll off and then just do the lava bounce like that. You can also do a vault, I can show. I think also, Libro, maybe... I think if you're jumping up and down, it might be a little bit offset as well. I'm not sure. That's the vault. Both of those are good. I always forget you can vault from the top one. That's where Fur always used to do it, and I just kind of think of that when I think of the vault. You can also vault from the top, that's true. It's probably a similar speed. I feel like this sub-area is pretty infamous for being difficult. Basically on this last part, as long as you... Oh, I should show the first part again. For the last part, as long as you take it quickly, then it's easy. Don't let the platforms change under you. For the first part... That's the good triple jump to do. I messed it up on the first time, and then you get the notes and move on. Yeah, just take it fast. It's much easier that way. Also, I feel like that acceleration comment was a joke based on the physics things that we were talking about earlier. I think I ruined your joke. I wasn't sure if this is a partially serious question, so I just answered it. I didn't think that you would just be talking about acceleration, but you never know. I just talk about acceleration. That jump saves a couple seconds. I would say it's worth it. If you're consistent, that it is worth it. But it can be kind of hard. Okay, good. Painting chain is pretty much done. I guess I could do some jump farm here. You know, I think I might just do that. Just to reduce the amount that I have to do later. Don't associate this game with big words. You can associate anything with big words. This is why I like watching Value stream so much. Or like anyone who looks at things analytically. Because even if you're playing a children's video game, you can still do a lot of... Oh, I guess I'm done. I feel like you can make anything into something interesting. You can think about things deeply and make them better. That's why I like routing and things and optimizing this game. If this is just a mindless repetition, I wouldn't like this as much. It's thinking about things that make them interesting. That's my opinion. That probably drives people away from the stream when I talk about epsilon greedy learning and such things. I don't know. They can just skip over that part. Don't talk about physics and English. So maybe I need to learn Dutch physics words. Okay, this suburb has a couple different ways of doing this. I like this triple jump here. Well, if I can get that. Hold on. So 2 roll boosts and then a triple. And then you can just go straight to here. If not this, then you can just do whatever. Would these be velocity and acceleration? By any chance? Oh, they're both synonyms for acceleration. Okay. Are they used in different contexts? I'm taking notes. Almost never used, okay. Wait, 732? What? Why am I a moon up? How can that possibly happen? You know, I think I'm probably fine. I don't know. I have a suspicion about what this is. I have a different number every time. So don't trust me. This is probably right. I've been taking it slow today, so the route should be right. Well, I don't know if that's a problem. It's just when I use physics terms, and maybe it doesn't make sense. You never knew that you need English physics to watch a Twitch stream, did you? Oh no. Okay. Ideally you wouldn't take that much damage there. Yeah, that's fair. Well, it kind of depends on who you watch. Oh, your laptop is overheating? Dang. Are you running your death counter on me? I realize I'm not commentating Darkside, or Darker. I don't think I've done anything that interesting so far, so I think it's probably fine. Okay, the first skip that you can do is this one. Oh no. Okay, we're good. I don't know how to take this slowly. Basically just jump at full height with an uproot, and then wall jump, and then get up with Mario. Oh no. I'm just dead. Well, I guess I get another chance to explain it, because I can't see lines on my monitor. I'm gonna use my OBS feed. I would be curious if the death counter even works for me. Oh well. I guess we're not going to get to test it today. This gameplay is too good. Well, if your laptop is overheating, that might not be a good idea. I can also just test it on myself. Okay, I'm using OBS feed this time. Good for 41 minutes. Alright. Will I get us to loss? Probably. Oh, well if you're gonna go to bed, don't worry about it. I can always count my deaths some other day. There's about an hour left of gameplay, which might mean like an hour 15, hour 20. I don't know. now that we're here, make sure you get the 6 questions right. If you answer any of them wrong, you don't get the coins. And that'll lose you like a couple minutes. 23242. Do you have to wake up early tomorrow? I guess it is 3 AM thing. AM. Well, you're not missing much. You saw most of it. And I guess you could always watch the rest on YouTube if you really wanted to. Oh, I should probably explain that. So basically what I did there is right as I hit the tornado, I shook. And by doing that, you get a bunch of height. And so the goal is to get at least to the Bowser platform, but ideally to the pylon. Oh, okay. True. Am I gonna have enough height? Yeah, actually I am. Okay, you can just go to the pylon, but I want the coins. If you get enough height, then you can do that. I'm also 200 coins up, so I don't need the coins. No you. That saves like half a second. If you want a better glide on skip tutorial, I think people have made them. That might be kind of hard to find. Just ask in the YouTube comments. I don't know. I mean, I'm more than willing to make other tutorials, like, to help augment this one. If there's anything specific. Nice. Yeah, so my dream of 9.5 hours is not happening. If I'd be kind enough to die, where can I do this effectively? I don't want to prolong this YouTube video. Okay, we'll see. I feel like Bowser's is kind of unlikely, Ruined is pretty unlikely, but Lost is pretty likely. Oh yeah, so now we're invisible, but this only lasts for a couple minutes. If you're uncomfortable being invisible, then just change in the Odyssey. It loses about 20 seconds. Heck, I balked. That was just like 7 minutes. And I'm probably not going to be talking much in this. I don't know. I feel like most of the end I'm probably not going to be talking that much, because it's really just like the sub-areas that are interesting. That was a good Pokio section at the end, if I just didn't kill the Pokio in the middle. Okay, and then this is the place where you grind coins if you're down. After the sub-area, you should be at 40... If you're at 4,900, that's plenty. Main game run is a really bad thing. Well, good luck. But yeah, don't do what I did and touch the left stick here. You can just not touch the left stick at all until the moon. It makes it much easier to get all the coins. That being said, I don't need any more coins, so I'm fine. Yeah, just jump down here. I like to wall slide just to be sure that I'm on the wall. Oh. Okay, well there you go. There's your death. I hope it worked. You weren't running it? I thought you were gonna wait. Dang. I guess we'll never know. Okay, I already have enough coins, but... You're still doing the cropping? Can't you just use the Twitch mode that I sent you? In the original file? Wouldn't it be exactly the same? Oh, maybe not. Maybe your laptop isn't the same resolution. Okay, never mind. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's probably it. I could have used percentages instead of pixels. But I guess I don't know how the formatting works with Twitch. Maybe it's different anyway. Okay. Then the last part of Bowser's 3 is just the sub-area. This is a 2D one, so there's not a lot going on. There's still a fast start you can do. I actually have a clip of it. If I need it. Nice. That's the fast strat. Didn't even need the clip. Remember any jumps I need? Oh no. Here, I usually go to 9350. I think I'm gonna go to 9300 today. Because... I've just been doing a lot of extra jumping. Use it for camera centering all the time, dang. That would be a problem. Oh wait, I didn't explain this in Mushroom. Basically what this is doing is getting jumps 1 frame faster than crouch in 2D. So as long as I can mash fast enough to get some value out of it, then it's worth it. Oh, you gave up, thing. Oh, that's enough. Then I'll just death warp to the Odyssey and then we're good. Okay, Ruin 2. Only 10 moons here. So this goes fast. Oh, this is all dark too. I need to use my OBS again. It didn't work. Dang. Oh, yeah. If you make your marinas too tight, that could happen. No, I'm not gonna get a 4-2x because I just died. Otherwise I would have. No, I just died again. This will be a 5-2x if everything else goes perfectly. I thought I was landing a little bit earlier and then I could have long jumped. Oh. But yeah, that was not the case. Okay, I guess Ruin 2 doesn't go fast after all. Not with 3 deaths. That's a mage. Anyway. Make sure you hold the rock from behind and run it into the rock that's here. It's the opposite of wooded. Have to hide chat to fix this. I see. I wonder why it's not working. It's probably just your capture card versus mine. The program is probably tuned to yours. But mine has some wonky values. You know if you're looking at the right thing. Yeah, okay. Well, if you stick around for Lost, there's a good chance you'll get a chance to test this. Is that? I don't think that works. That doesn't work. I'm just being impatient. Good plan. I was gonna try the opposite. I've had so much this week. It's been bad. They wake you up with coffee already made? Dang. They really like you having... They really like having you home. I just skimmed over the jump. I've been doing that so much. For that jump, you don't need anything special. It's really just a triple jump. You just have to vector around the side. And you can also use a wall jump, which I didn't do this time. But that is important. Like, you do need to vector. I don't know how much it saves. I think it's worth doing, but it's also worth practicing. They drink in themselves too. But still, the fact that you're waking up with coffee already made, like, right next to you, that's really nice. Is it only 10? I thought it was more. Here, turn the camera up so the mubbies don't spawn. Unfortunately, down doesn't work. No, it is not worth practicing at 5 AM. Unless you want to be practicing at 5 AM. Which is respectable. But yeah, I would say don't practice this for the first time in a run. Do this in practice. First. Only 9. Wow. Oh wait, speaking of coffee, I don't think I finished mine. I want to leave this for tomorrow. Yeah, it was probably around there. Dang. Okay. I guess I didn't note in the ruin sub area that basically all you have to do to get the second moon is to break one block underneath. But I think people know that. I think there's going to be more to talk about in Lost, just because of how it is. Lost is hard. Here I'm doing the delivery route. It saves about, I think it was 1 second over the old way. Basically just using the hard parts of the older versions of this route. This jump really isn't hard, but I would recommend practicing this, of course. As with everything in Lost. Lost is just very easy to die. Fortunately, the deaths usually aren't that costly. Getting out of the toad place is pretty hard. But it's not that big of a deal if you die there. and then from here, just a long jump. I think shards are the place where I used to die the most. It's very easy to die to shards, pretty much everywhere. Go to goof, look at the pixel count. Let's go. And how did it look? They're far off yours. Interesting. Yeah, it probably just is the capture cards. Oh no. Well, I guess you get to check again. Okay, here you don't even need the lower platforms to get to the moon or the purples. I'm not doing this intentionally. This is kind of just what happens in Lost. If you don't jump at the last second off of those questions blocks, then it's pretty easy just to die. The black is one off. Interesting. Okay, and then you can do the wiggler notes or you can do the normal notes. Whatever you're comfortable with. That was really scuffed. The rest is the exact same. Interesting. Oh, it's too slow. The one bad part about wiggler notes is you have to do the bunny without the wiggler. With the wiggler, you just stretch out and then it just runs straight into you. Heck. I shouldn't be going for that, probably. I practiced it yesterday. That wasn't gonna work. The idea there is just to not have to ground pound the step first. But if you're not fast, then you don't get it. Here, I'll go for the jump. Okay. Okay, so that's the jump. That's how you get up here. If you don't want to do that, there's an easier way. Just go here. Can't read. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, if you're gonna go for the fast strat, don't do what I'm doing. If you're gonna go for the slow strat, you're gonna want to ground pound the button first. So ground pound this high button first, and then go get Klepto. But if you're gonna do it like me, then don't worry about that. Because you can just get it when Klepto is on its way. It's a little faster, but it's also a little harder. My white isn't white. That's probably true. And then this is like the easiest clip there is. You can just shake into the building and you get it. Anybody can do that. They just buy everything here. Basically, in general, just get everything from the small kingdoms. The big kingdoms are usually 55 purples, with the exception of Sand and Metro and Wooded, rather. Oh wait, I don't need to do this strat. Here, I do need to get the Luigi art during this timer. Which isn't that hard. If you want to avoid having to do that, then you can just get the Luigi art with the purples at the start of Lost 2. That would also be fine. There's also a way to get both of these 2 moons within the timer challenge, but it's very tight. And then you have to get the Luigi art early. I have messed with it, and I can do it sometimes, but it's hard. Also, here, spin throws are your friend. Just don't kill the piranha because... okay. Don't kill the piranha because you have to go pretty far away for it to respawn. I saw that coming. I had a bad long jump. There we go. Now we got Koopa for running. This is basically the same thing as we do in Lost 1. So you just get to this movement 3 times. Kind of like the Luncheon KFR actually. But get your guesses in. Get guesses at 21s and 22s. Oh no. This is gonna be 25 or something. Just one more time, because the first 5 times weren't enough. $24.52. I'm gonna get one good Lost Koopa for running. If this isn't a 21 or a 22, then I'll do another one. This should be good enough. $21.32. Wait, is that a stream PB? That might be. That's within a second of my actual PB. Maybe even within a half. I don't remember my actual PB. I know it's a 20 point something. It's pretty good though. Just touch poison one more time. I don't know where I would do this. There's not really a good place to die until mushroom. And even then I shouldn't die there. I guess cloud is your best bet for an accidental death. It does happen sometimes here. If I mess up the spin pound and therefore my momentum and then I bonk on this one moon here. Okay, that didn't happen. Still possible. Where else could I die? This one's a bit tricky. I usually use these dark lines as kind of a visual, but there's so many dark lines, sometimes I get confused and you get the wrong one. Yeah, if I didn't bonk. There's really no place where I usually die from here to the end. It does happen sometimes. Frog vectors and... I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility it would be today, but if you're staying up exclusively to see me die, then you can go to bed. Oh, one thing that I keep mentioning things in the past. I need to be more proactive with this. What? I guess I should talk about picture match while I'm here. So you only need 3 pieces for the first one, technically. You should always put 4. Because you need, each piece is 20 points and you need 60. But if you put 4, it makes it pretty easy. And then same thing, you need 4, but you should put 5 for the last one. Yeah, it is pretty late for debugging, that is fair. I'll make him smile this time. I think that loses like 6 points or something. The only way you'll accept Goombas. So you only accept Goombas if they please you because they make you, because their emotions are happy. So I think this is what they call a fair weather friend. As long as everything is fine, then you're friends. A fair weather friend. Meaning, like, as long as everything's happy and sunny, you're friends. But the minute a rain cloud comes in, the minute life gets worse, then you just leave. That's usually a bad thing. Doing this part damageless is hard. Doesn't really matter if you take damage, because it's gonna happen most of the time. Yeah, the Goomba today, it's us tomorrow, Sly. Alright, that is Cloud. Moon 3 feels like a slow split, but really it's only 5 minutes. It's shorter than Cloud. And then just Mushroom and Sand, and that's all the moves. Yeah, I guess this will be like 9:45. No, it's not that long. Birds love almonds. Is this empirically proven? I don't think I've ever seen a bird eat an almond. Yeah, honestly, neither of you are that great at typing. Or, I mean, maybe nobody's great. I probably deserve this. About empiricism, well, I don't think it's that crazy just to ask if you've witnessed a bird eating an almond before. Is this that provocative of a subject? Yes? I didn't realize this was such a touchy subject. Alright. Here you kind of want to finish off your coin grinding. If you're at less than 5,800 coins, then you want to get as many coins as you can in here. But I'm plenty above where I need to be. I guess I'm still getting all the coins for the most part. But I really didn't need to. You have seen it. Okay, so we have evidence. Also, I guess we have dangers as evidence. Alright, says Goodly Bro. I'm sorry I didn't die enough for you. Have a good morning / night. I should probably be talking about the run. This guy always... It's pretty rare for you to get this guy the first try. He usually runs away. So basically just do the first person thing. If you go right to where he spawns and then first person, then he'll just run straight into you. It's still dark? Oh, okay, you're good. Have a good night then. Have a good morning tomorrow as well. It's not 4 AM yet. I don't know why 4 AM all of a sudden sounds so late. Like, I was staying up until 3 or 4 almost every night during the school year. But summer has messed me up. I'm too used to going to bed early now. It's a problem. My internship infecting my brain, it's true. All I think about now is reinforcement learning and I go to bed early. The problems of my internship. Oh, I skimmed over the vector, the frog vector. I was thinking about it, but I didn't say anything. If you don't want to do this, then just take the path. It's much better. But yeah, I think it saves like 6 seconds if you want to do the vector. Wake up thinking about that learning thing you said, sleep. Kind of. That was kind of my last 4 days. I would say on the 8-hour days it's not that bad. Sleep early. Yeah, I'm gonna fix my sleep schedule when I get back home. That'll be good because my home is on the West Coast, and so if I can get used to staying up until like 3 there, then my sleep schedule will be perfect by the time I go to school. It's too normal now. Alright, time for shopping. Basically just buy everything cheap and then some of the expensive things. I'll point those out when I get there. It is important that you buy the right things because if you buy the wrong things then you don't get the achievements and you have to coin grind. Is that an Arca reference? Did some singer say cheap in one of their songs and now it's just a reference? It wasn't meant to be. I know this is a joke, but I'm trying to understand it. Ah, okay. That would make sense. That sounds about right. Yeah, I would say you do a pretty good job of it. Sentiment is universal. Yes. Oh yeah, so musician hat, we already got. Musician outfit we get here. And then get both of these. And then you can get either the Santa hat or the conductor wig. They're both 500 coin hats. I like the Santa hat. And then just get everything with purples. I'm glad this didn't take 12 hours. I honestly thought that I was going to be stopping more, but I feel like I still did a pretty good job of explaining things. It got progressively worse, but I think it was still enough. Alright, now we got the Ruined Dragon refight. This is usually a good time to check your cap throws and jumps to see if you're over. I'm not going to check mine because I'm sure I'm over. No, there's no way I'm down 700 jumps because I did the jump farm in Bowser. And I went to 9380 something. So I went 30 over and I stopped to explain things. So, like, there's no way that I'm down. As funny as that would be. I could be down on cap throws, but there's probably no way that happened either. Sure, maybe I only jumped 20 times in the past 15 minutes. What does that mean? What did Fur do? I'm trying to think of what I did. Oh, you missed the wall of the arena and died. I believe it. I might have been there for that, actually. There's a good chance. That's when I was watching him a lot. I saw the edge. Don't worry. I had no intention of falling. Alright, well you can worry if you want to, but you don't have to worry. Maybe it's just that I've done this so much, but I feel like there's nothing to explain here. But I also feel weird about not talking about the run for like 6 minutes straight. So much, 6 minutes. Chests are a set order. If you ever make a mistake in the chest, then the whole numbers, like the numbers for every chest will pop up, and then you can just look at those and know the order. So if you don't know the order, then just mess it up once and then take a screenshot. See if I can get the good rolls here. Nope. That's not the good rolls. Bonk, door entry. Nice. If you can stay on the grass, that means you had good rolls. Which matters all of a half a second. Now it's 2D bullets. Perhaps the worst sub area in the game. I don't know. It's either this or the cheese rocks. Heck. This is why. Among many other reasons. Yeah, this is a good place to jump farm for a quick second. I mean, chances are you'll have enough regardless. Also, if you know you're down, talking to Toadette without first person adds a jump. So that gives you 70 free jumps right there. Sorry, 64. The camera manip is to set the cycle up so I can just walk straight into this. And I know you can do this part damageless, but it's easier if you take damage. So if you're not at 1 health at this point, taking damage isn't a bad idea. But apparently it saves like 5 seconds or something. So maybe it's worth learning. Alright, now about 7 minutes left to Toadette. About 1 minute, or 1.5 minutes in sand. And then Bowser fight. We are close. Okay, so this is gonna be under 10 hours for the stream. That's good. It's only 10 p.m. I planned like the whole day for this. I can go watch movies. If you're wondering what the quick jerk is every time I talk to Toadette, that's a first person. That basically just eliminates the pan animation. I'm gonna not do it this time. If you'll notice the pan, it's very quick, but it does happen. I'll do it again. So the first person kind of just eliminates that. It only saves a fraction of a second, but a fraction of a second times 64 does that up. Very glad my local recording is still going. I can finally test my internet. It used to take about 16 hours, I would say, to upload on Moon's PB. Apparently this is supposed to be like 60 to 80 times faster. So it might be done like within an hour, or even better. It's gonna be kind of crazy. So if nothing really went wrong, this should be like an 1840. I don't think I stopped to explain almost anything here. This is about right. Couple more minutes of this. Might make some popcorn after this. Sounds good. You know, I mentioned this earlier, but I probably should say this again. If at this point you find out you're missing a moon, you might have to just Google it, because there's not really a good way to know which one it is. Unless it's a Moonrock moon and you already have an X or something. But that probably will happen on your first couple of runs. Until you're super familiar with it. I don't think I'm down any moons today. But it's very easy to do. If you're missing souvenirs or something, that's the worst, I would say. You can just look in the souvenir list and kind of try to guess what kingdom it's from. What else could you be missing? If you're missing anything else, I guess checkpoints are another good one. If you're missing checkpoints, go to Seaside Kingdom, because there are 2 that we don't get. The East and West Highway Trench, or Underwater Highway, I think it's called. They're kind of on either side of the Sphinx Trench. If you're missing hats or outfits, then it could be a purple coin issue, or it could be a yellow coin issue. Just depending on what you bought. If you bought enough outfits, you're always gonna have enough coins, so that won't be an issue. Cap throws and jumps, of course, are the last 2. I guess hint arts are also bad sometimes. If you somehow miss a hint art somewhere. But you'd know that, I guess. I don't know. Lots of things you can miss. But it's just gonna happen. Okay, that's it. Good. You know you're done when Toda gives you 3 text boxes. I said 1840, that's actually not far off. Good. Okay, I'm not missing anything. And I have 11.5 minutes to finish stream if I want to keep it under 10. Not that it matters. I probably will just end after I finish this. That was a good spin pound. That might be my best employees only. Clip it. I'll save it for my future BTT. Alright. And now we finish. By the way, this is my all-moon split. The split is only named Allison is Lovely because Nurse Allison Rose is a mod here. I feel like people might have been wondering that this whole time. But she wanted to name her own split, so that's what she got. All-moon's BTT. I know Pluto has something like that. I think it's only Pluto on that, but I'm pretty sure it was something like that. I think I saw a whole spreadsheet at one point, but maybe I'm making that up. That might have been for Hundo as well, or something. It would be cool, but it's so much time to sort through. It would have to be automated, I think. Which, I mean, if I got my moon counter working, and if I could tell, like, which moons are which, somehow. If I got the OCR working or something, like the text recognition. I wonder if I could make something like that, automated. That would be kind of nice. Honestly, if I'm just using machine learning anyway, I might just do visual, and then I can make it more widely applicable like that. Then you just feed in a list of links, and then it can come out with a whole BTT. That'd be pretty sick. I don't know. That'd be a lot of work, but it could be fun. Potentially. I'm telling you, this is what my internship is doing to my mind. I guess it was kind of like that before. To be fair. Now it's just more so. Oh, it's gonna be a 3x. Let's go. You need to wait until the postcard? Nah. I mean, you might as well, because you can be talking to chat or something. But I think the postcard is overrated. If you're not talking to chat anyway, you might as well just skip it. I'm gonna skip it today. I'm not gonna be streaming that long. You will, and you will. No. I'm not watching the postcard today. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you for watching. If you're from YouTube, leave a comment if there's something you need more explanation on, or, you know, anything. Maybe I'll link the PowerPoint as well. So if I remember to do all of this, I think I'll link the PowerPoint, the links for the tutorials that I mentioned, and the timestamps in the description. So hopefully this will be pretty accessible. And yeah, good luck on your own runs.